Oh, fuck. Hey, y'all. This is Ishnai Ciarfox. I just forgot to turn off that. I'm a good streamer! I promise. Except when I'm not. Except when I'm not. Alright. Is this. Finish that on my own. But we're doing... Where is it? So this, yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
Want me to come along?
Yeah, Kazuha. Why do you think I picked you? I think I picked you.
Shilonen, good thing you're here. I'm wondering if I can...
Oh, the shelf on the left, second row down, first X on the right. That one's yours. And the garden hoe belongs to Ignal, and the hammer is Pakal's, so make sure you take the one that's yours.
I haven't even said why I'm here. But, looks like you're about to head out for a break.
I think she's dead.
Yes, but I am going to take it right here. The temperature is just perfect today.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know, lay on the ground. It doesn't look
Really?
comfy.
But doesn't it feel a lot hotter than usual? I really don't want to stay out in this heat.
I mean, cats are like that.
Exactly. In hot weather like this, customers don't tend to stick around and talk when they're coming to place orders or pick up the goods.
I see. Oh, here comes another customer. I'll just leave you to it then, and pick up my axe.
And everybody else's shit. She did list off.
Sure, sounds good to me.
Hey, Paimon!
Oh, Traveler, Paimon! We meet again. Oh, you two seem to be in good spirits. How's your Pilgrim's Chronicle been? Run into any issues?
No, everything's fine.
Good. It was also my first time receiving a Pilgrim's Chronicle, even though I've already turned it over to you.
What are we talking about?
There are still a lot of things that could go wrong, so I wasn't sure if there'd be any issues.
I'm having a memory loss problem.
What are the chances that something might still
Oh,
go wrong?
right! It's the thing for the...
Well,
Name.
less than the chances of Mualani accidentally falling off a spirit way, I'd say.
So it's still
Oh,
there.
well, that definitely would never happen.
Paimon.
I found the axe, Shilonen. Thanks a lot. By the way, Nichka's birthday's coming up real soon. Are you planning to visit her?
I've prepared a gift, and was just getting ready to take it to her.
Aww.
You're not planning on giving the kid a full set of pliers again, are you? Or, let me guess, woodworking tools?
I mean, it's useful. Alright, like I said too, where can
yeah, I make these myself, and it's a lot of work. But if you like a set, I can make some time and forge one for you.
Nice, thanks!
Great! We often camp out in the wild, but a set of Shilonen's tools would make pitching a tent and starting a bonfire a whole lot easier.
Like you even do that shit.
Well, still, I won't be giving Nichka any tools this year. She wrote me a letter saying that she'd like a copy of Tequila the Brave.
Tequila?
The book is not what you call a bestseller, but luckily, I have a few copies in my collection. They were really old editions that were published a long time ago, but they should still be readable.
Children her age love fairy tales. The last time I was at Tasoli's, I even brought Nichka. Huh. Wait. What did I bring her again? It must have been her favorite thing, but, why can't I remember it anymore?
Oh no.
Oh, it is quite hot today. Seems you're about to pass out from the heat. Do you even remember your own name?
My
Wolf.
memory can't be this bad. It's just these last few days.
Hi, Wolfie Wolf.
I've been forgetting things for some odd reason.
Well, in that case, why don't you use the Blaze Gem inscription you have as a memo to engrave some important things to remember? After all, that inscription will never wear out, and it's easy to carry. I'd say that's quite a fitting use for it.
Yeah, but can you erase after you finished it?
You do have a point, but my inscription is almost already full.
Your name is that long?
No. I engraved some wishes on my Blaze Gem inscription.
Oh.
You know, just some dreams that I have for the future and things
Ah.
I'd like to accomplish one day. Even though Tassoli has said that from an aesthetic point of view, it would be best for people to keep their inscription short, this Blaze Gem inscription was still made by a name engraver, the forger of ancient names themselves. Everyone thinks that the inscription she made might have some wondrous powers.
I mean...
So, many people who bought Blaze Gem inscriptions engraved their wishes and dreams on them, in hopes that they would come true.
She is a very special.
Sounds kinda like a wish granter.
Paimon, no.
Yeah, won't everyone be able to see your wishes and dreams?
Yeah, I was just wondering the same thing.
Don't worry. We usually ask Tassoli to add the inscriptions for us. She has a unique method of engraving.
So only you can
With
read
her
it?
method, the light must be at a certain angle in order to see the text. Without the right angle of lighting, the Blaze Gem inscription will just look like a pretty stone.
Okay.
That's true. In the end, a Blaze Gem inscription is essentially just a piece of rock. It doesn't have the power to grant people's wishes. Making wishes to it is like shouting into an echoing valley. The only one who will answer is yourself.
No, it's kind of like putting your
But
wishes in the
using
stone.
it as a journal for your wishes is also fine. Carrying them with you and taking a look from time to time can be a good source of encouragement. Well, as long as you don't suddenly change your mind and want to take your wishes back, that is. These things are extremely durable. It would take a lot of effort to change the words.
You mean it'll
And
break easily?
I don't think anyone would willingly part with it either. They're not cheap and very hard to get. If you ever lost it, you'd just be filled with regret.
Oh, so we're foreshadowing
Still,
something.
It's really strange. Given Auntie's skill, how could it take so long for her to make one? Oh, well, I hope someone didn't give her an idea of making fewer and selling for more.
Who's Chivin?
It's true. Chevin would totally have put that in her ear. Still, I don't think it's such a bad thing for Tassoli to make some money by selling these.
Hey, Cheese, how are you?
At least she and little Nachka are better off now, and won't have to worry about the cost of treating her illness anymore. I was really worried about their family at first, and was even planning to send them some...
Mora?
Huh? What was I planning to send to Nachka again?
How are you
This memory
doing?
of mine.
All right, if you stay out in the heat for any longer, I'm afraid even the inscription won't be able to save your memory. You should, go back. Yeah, get some rest.
Right. Right. Please
Let's say
give my regards
she might need
to
some
Tassoli
water,
and
and
Nachka.
also, besides overheating,
What's going on? Maybe
I'm
I
doing
should go
well.
Talk to Ernly to get some medicine.
So you'll be going to Nachka's birthday party too, Shilonen? Oh, perfect! Then let's go together!
I hope you're doing well too.
Oh, yeah, sure, but I didn't expect you to know Tassoli too. She hasn't been coming to the tribe much lately, so how did you get a chance to talk with her?
We're travelers. You explain your encounter to Shilon.
Oh,
Nice.
so that's how you met her.
Weather's
She
been
even wants to use
okay.
volcanic crystal as a forging material. Guess she's really pulling out all the stops for her daughter.
You also wanted to get a gift for
Then let's
Yusha.
just go and ask. Come on, I want to give her the book anyway.
Huh? Wait a second. Aren't birthday gifts supposed to be a surprise?
No.
If we ask Nachka, then she'll know what gift will
it's better to get her something she wants rather
But
than
if you
something
don't
she
ask
doesn't.
her, then how will you know what kind of present she would like?
Ta-da!
Here's another idea. Perhaps you can also give her a storybook based on what she wrote in her letter. That might be a good option.
Easy enough. I have loads of those in my
Shouldn't we
bags.
give it a little more thought? If we all give her books, it might seem like we didn't put much effort into it.
But Paimon, you're making this harder than it should be. As a book nerd, I would be happy if more
Shonen,
people
have
gave me.
you really
Actually, no.
never
No,
asked
think
her
about
what
it
she
because I
would
didn't have
like
this
the
dirt
most?
somewhere.
There must be something else she'd like besides books.
Just because you won't like it, Paimon, doesn't mean she won't.
Unfortunately, no. Nichika's illness has kept flaring up over the past few years. Apparently, she couldn't do anything during that time other than rest in bed. She didn't even have the strength to talk to anyone. It wasn't until recently that she started to recover from her illness and regained strength to write letters to others. Anyway, there's no need to overthink it. Worst case scenario, I can split the book into 2 volumes and we can each give her one.
Let's just go and
Yeah,
ask.
even though it would ruin the surprise, we could at least get her something that would make her happy.
But Paimon, keep it a lane.
Anyway, could you tell us a bit more about the book that you're getting her? Is it really that unpopular?
Well, it's a little difficult to explain. You see, there are actually 2 versions of To Kill the Brave. The premise of the book is pretty straightforward. It's basically about a set of twin brothers working to defeat a demon lord.
Yeah, except one of them has to die, if I remember the South American lore for it.
But after defeating the demon lord, the older brother, To Kill, discovers that the king's spirit has possessed his younger
Ha!
brother.
I was
Remak.
right!
In the ending of the original story, the older brother kills his younger brother to defeat the demon lord, before jumping into a volcano.
This tale comes from a desolate, distant place. In those days, the mountain's teeth were still bared like blades against man and beast, thirsting for the souls of the feeble-minded, human and non-human alike. People knew that the god of the mountain loved them not, and was to be given a wide berth, yet they were forced to seek shelter in the caverns from the storm, screaming through the wilds. Nice! Working your way back up to that. All to pass one long night after the next. But these caverns, like the mountains, extracted payment from these vagrants. Countless were tribes who lost kin to the wastes through which they were stumbled blind. Valiant Tequila and his kind-hearted brother, Remak, were born in one such tribe. Woo! At the hour of their birth, a long and troubling night reigned inside and outside the caves, and though the campfires at which the tribe people sat flickered, none were comforted by their light. The people thought, this fire will soon go out, and once it does, we too shall be finished. How long will this night last? I'm cold and hungry too. Let's hurry things up then. Let me walk into the night. Better than this torment. Oh, you poor, poor children. You poor, poor children. Yet Tequila and Remek did not announce themselves with sorrowful cries as the other children did. Instead, Tequila stared into the cavern steps. Minions of the cavern did their best to frighten him, but his gaze swept over them, keen as sharp stone spur. He sees us, our sharp claws and long teeth, but he is not afraid. The wicked creatures whispered among themselves anxiously and involuntarily retracted said appendages. Remek for his part waved his hands and laughed, and his laughter was like pebbles tumbling in a stream, drawing the eyes of all the distressed tribespeople to his face. Only then did they notice that the flames wavered. It had never ceased to burn, and with another wave of his hands, Remek patted the firewood next to him. Feed the flame! Feed the flame! The elderly chief, thus reminded by the newborn boy. What? I mean, I could understand like a toddler or something, but shouted the words aloud, repeating the fear that had been about to swallow the tribe whole. The people stood and fueled the fire. They drew their obsidian blades, casting their eyes to the cavern depths, just as the did. The beasts of the cavern were filled with rage and hate, but they knew that these people would not loosen their grip on their weapons, nor would their eyes be shut. Terror had already fled, and so death was forced to retreat. Only when the sun rose again did the brothers close their eyes, falling asleep on the mother's bosom. Thus did the people depart the cave, having lived another day. These people who rejected fear would live countless days more. The defeat of our evil underlings caught the eye of their master. Loose? For this Lord of Demons, who claimed to be the mother of the underworld and mistress of 10,000 times 10,000 Ks, whose fangs were rocky stalactites and whose tongue was every blast of wet, frigid wind, and who upon awakened could be only satisfied by the devouring of 10,000 living souls, Tequila and Rimac were the first humans to slip her grasp. Shamefaced, this Earth Mother waved her hand, lashing the evil beast cowering at the side of the rock. Go, go, redeem your humiliating failure. Capture those dim-witted mortals and fill my stomach. But having seen their fears vanquished, the people remembered well the methods of scattering those terrors time after time. They settled at the foot of the mountain, sharpened their wooden stakes, lit fires, and gave the sharpest blades to their best warriors, with which they would stand guard behind the stakes, their bright eyes piercing the wilderness beyond the firelight, and did not shift their gaze away from even a moment. By blade and fire did, Demon Lord's minions taste defeat time after time, until they could do nothing but huddle in the dark, daring not to draw near the fire. The fires in the hearts of the people ignited, and they began to speak of victory, of light, and the end of the Viper. They believed Tequila and Rimac. These brothers could surely keep the heat and light alive. Tequila and Rimac thought the same, so they sharpened their spears and blades, preparing to drive the Demon Lord of that evil serpent to her doom. But the Mother Earth, who hated this tribe, did not relent. She took sludge from the deepest parts of the cave and pinched it into a snake. She then plucked out her eye and setting it into the serpent's eye socket. It was that child who caused you to witness the fire, and so let me go and swallow his eyes. One evening, when the sun had just set, the night's veil was slowly covering the sky, and the stars had yet to begin to grant their light. The serpent bit and slew a rabbit beyond the tribe's bounds and burrowed into its skin, lying flat on the ground. Ramek returned from gathering herbs, coming upon this rabbit, and seeing its wound, the kind child put his torch down without hesitation and reached for his herbs. He chewed on them, preparing to apply them to the rabbit. But the snake, speaking for the Mother Earth, leaped from the wound, hissing laughter. Ha, ha, ignorant, foolish human, sacrificing yourself for a lonely rabbit. Before Ramek could retrieve his torch, the Earth Mother's serpent latched its fangs first into his neck and then burrowed into his body. Yeah. It captured his heart and soul both. The defenseless sentries were the next to be murdered by the Earth Mother, for they greeted Ramek just as they always did when he returned from gathering herbs, only to be pierced through the heart by the serpent, dying on the spot. The entire tribe's fires were put out, and amidst the shroud of darkness, death and terror resurged. The Earth Mother spat the snake out, and through the poisoned fangs she cried, Behold, behold, you arrogant fools! Kneel as you should in the dust. But the sound of a rock being struck cut her off, for Tequila, who had been sharpening his obsidian blade, used it to create sparks that set his tent alight. Damn! He raised his blade and charged forward, letting fly his blade at the Earth Mother's messenger. The blazing edge cleaved the poisoned serpent molded from the soil with ease, but as Tequila was about to follow through, he saw his brother's eyes and the blood staining his brother's hands. Yet, that instant was all the time the wounded Viper needed to escape. Yet, night fully charged it was still, and the Earth Mother's eye reduced to almost ashes. This tribe was destroyed, and never again there was a chance it would dare defy her. Thus did the Earth Mother comfort herself as she retreated into the darkness. How Tequila wished to call out Ramak's name. Hey! Oh. Hi, Amazing Rose! But the burning dust caught his throat, so he could only watch as his brother vanished into the night. The night at last passed. Tequila, who stood among the ruins, knew that the surviving tribesmen would no longer stay. Bearing his confusion and pain deep in his heart, he led them on a new journey. They crossed the mountains and canyons, dodging fearsome beasts and poisonous insects. Yes, also you. Tequila Tequila did not close his eyes for so long as they journeyed, nor did he dare lose his grip on the blade or torch. Finally, by a silent volcano, they found a tribe willing to take them in. Only after he saw the last of his tribe peacefully fall into slumber under the old shaman's care did he relax and collapse to the earth. When he awoke, he found himself in a blazing cave. The lava that surrounded him undulated with erratic pulse, as though very mountain was slowly breathing. When he stood up, the lava boiled and bubbled, and a rumbling came from all directions. Do not search for your brother. His eyes have been devoured by a cunning serpent. But I must save him and pursue this venomous snake also. His words echoed through the cave, but the goddess of the mountains and fire was silent. Tequila just played to her. Let my brother's name live on. I am willing to sacrifice my heart and blood in return. The goddess answered him in the echoing cave. Thus she said, Your prayer I have heard, but your brother is no longer your kin. His name is sunk into the deepest of depths. Tequila raised his head and lifted his wish to the goddess. Turn my blood to fire, so my heart may illuminate the depths, and I will bring my brother back before my blood runs dry. Turn my blood to fire until my soul may sear and slay that serpent, and I'll take his head before my blood runs dry. Then Tequila woke once more, and the old shaman of the tribe gave him a brand new sword, food, and water. Finally, the shaman clapped his shoulders and blessed him. May your fire dry the venomous snake's venom. Thus did Tequila embark on another journey. His strength was endless, his body tireless, and his blood burned like lava. He crossed grassy fields and snowy peaks, deep valleys and high mountains, and the goddess of the mountains and fire showed him the way with falling rocks and cracks in the cliffs. Thus did Tequila stride forward without hesitation. When he met his brother again, the Earth Mother mocked him once more, using Ramek's body and voice, but when her claws pierced Tequila's chest, he moved not. Instead, her bones were melted by his burning blood. Tequila stared at the vicious demon lord down and said in a loud voice, My brother is gentle of heart. He would surely have made this land a better place. Yet you have affronted him with your poison, smothered his virtue, and slaughtered those who had faith in his virtue. Die, you despicable venomous insect. Die here. As he roared, Tequila's blood stained his obsidian blade, turning it red hot in an instant. The Earth Mother watched in terror as her shell, bones, and soul were sundered. Damn. She was to scream by but a moment in which she could unleash her claws and tear Tequila to ribbons, but she could make no sound, for in the fire's light, the silent soul to whom his body once belonged awakened. And that soul cried out to his brother, I do not wish to see your blood be reduced to ash, but I have seen the light of your heart and spirit. Remember my name, brother. As long as you remember me, I will never have left. The blazing flames swept over every corner of that gloomy, frigid cavern, and every last poisonous insect within was slain, burned to ash alongside every plot and scheme so heinous and vile. As the last drop of his blood was about to burn away, the roof of the cave above Tequila's head trembled. A fissure opened, and a gem fell down, stopped upon his wound. The goddess of mountains and fire spoke once more. Her voice echoed across the walls. You have yet have one drop of blood. Return to your tribe, for this is your brother's wish, and I will see it fulfilled. One night, the old shaman, who had been waited day after day beyond the tribe's bounds, stood to welcome the returning Tequila. But Tequila refused the water, food, and the cheers. Instead, he simply said, The venomous snake is slain. I am victorious, but I shall soon depart along with my brother. He took the gem from his chest and placed it upon a torch and walked up to the silent volcano. I have but one drop of blood left, but it will not be left for me, but rather for justice and fairness, for the good and the brave. Use it and light a fire, a flame that should never be extinguished. Having said that, the valiant Tequila leapt into the dead volcano. The earth was shaken by his heart and blood, and the volcano's own heart resumed beating, the blazing lava once more beginning to flow. The volcano lives, as does the bravery of all the tribes.
I remember there was one line that was super popular at the time. If I still remember right, after being possessed by the goddess Coatlicue, Umok said,
Totally expected nobody else to read
I do
that.
not wish to see your blood be reduced to ash. but I have seen the light of your heart and spirit. Remember my name, brother. As long as you remember me, I will never have left.
What about the other version of
The
the story?
other version was released only recently. The author heard a suggestion from someone and suddenly decided to try and make a stake in the fairy tale market, so the story was
stake in the
revised. In the revised version, the brothers killed the demon lord together and both survived. According to the author, this gave the story a happy ever after kind of ending. However, the revised version was not well received. After a month on the market, it had hardly sold any copies and the books were collecting dust on the store shelves. The store owners desperately tried to get rid of the book and have resorted to all sorts of promotions and discounts to sell it. Even now, the only edition of To Kill the Brave you can find in the market is the newer one, whereas the older edition is nearly impossible to find.
Yeah.
Anyway, I couldn't bring myself to give such a poorly rated book to Nechka, so I spent a few days looking and managed to find a few copies of the old edition in a warehouse.
Nice.
I picked out a copy that looked relatively new and wrapped it up as a present for Nechka. If you're interested, I can give you this extra copy to read. The pages are pretty old, though, so please be gentle with it.
Already read it!
Oh, and here's a copy of the newer edition, too. They gave me a free copy when I went to buy some chocolatl.
So that's how they're trying to sell off the book. Could it really be that bad? Even Paimon's curious now.
That's two more for the
Let's keep
collection.
going. Tlasoli lives pretty far from the tribe, so it'll take us some time to get there.
No, it won't. Brand spanking new copy of it. Yes, it did say spanking in there. Unless I misread it, which is entirely possible.
Go on now, Yengu. Nechka is still resting.
Wine.
Hey, Tlasoli, we're here!
Oh, what a surprise. And even Shilonin is here too.
We came to visit Isha.
It's been a while since I've seen you, Auntie. I received Nechka's letter. She wanted a copy of To Kill the Brave, right? Well, I've brought the book for her. There are several editions of the book in Natlan, and I wasn't
Thank
sure
you for
which
chasing
version she'd
Paimon.
prefer.
Oh, she's enjoying it. Damn.
I asked a messenger from the Scions of the Canopy. It seems this softcover edition is one of the most popular options, so I brought it for Nechka.
You haven't changed a bit, Shilonin. Let's go inside. I was just boiling some chocolatl, so you can all try some. Shilonin used to love drinking chocolatl. When she was little,
Yeah, I
she
wonder
would
why.
always have several cups every time she came to visit me. You were already a big girl by the time I finally had my Nechka. Alright, for now let's... Oh,
Oh, Auntie, let's go inside. Traveler, please help me get her into the house.
You look strong enough, but sure. Sure thing.
Oh, Paimon will help too!
Talking?
Be good, Yengu, and don't get in the way.
All right, let's get indoors. Watch your step, Auntie.
We're actually going inside? We're actually going inside!
sorry. Nechka's illness has been flaring up recently, so I was up for a few nights. I suddenly started to feel dizzy in the sun. I hope I didn't scare you.
Everybody seems to be having heat wave problems.
Have a seat. I'll fetch you a few cups of chocolatl. Please wait a moment.
Oh, I've already brought them over. This cup's for you, Auntie. And these are for you, too.
Chocolate? What does it taste like? Paimon's heard that it can be pretty bitter. Traveler, could you give it a try first?
Paimon!
Oh, don't worry. Auntie always adds a lot of sugar. It won't be bitter.
Just accept it
The
and
last
drink
time you came to visit, you were still just a kid. But now you're a pillar of the Children of Echoes. No, of all Natlan even.
Oh, well, it's all thanks to the drinks I had here and the books I happen to read.
You've been close for quite some time,
We
then.
heard that you two are from the same tribe, but Paimon had no idea you were so close.
I mean, why wouldn't they?
When I was little, my parents were always talking about how skilled Auntie was at forging ancient names and how she was a good role model for the rest of us. The moment I became idle at home, they would toss me into Auntie's workshop to watch and learn.
Then I would have your parents go back, boil you a pot of chocolatl, and let you play in the house.
Yeah, and then I would drink and listen to you banging away with your tools in the workshop. But eventually,
So free
she moved out of
babysitter.
the tribe to find some more space, and I didn't have the chance to visit again after that.
But why did you seem so familiar with the place when you went to the kitchen for the drinks just now?
Because the layout of this place is identical to her old house. Let me see. Yeah, that should be Nichka's bedroom then.
That's right. I remember you used to hunker down in the room to read and draw. But you're all grown up now. Even if you wanted to live here, I'm afraid you've already outgrown Nichka's bed.
You two seem
That's
like
how
family.
Nichka sees Shilonen too. Whenever she's feeling better, she always asks me when her pen pal sister will be coming to visit.
But you
Well,
said that she hasn't been
I'm
visited
here
in a
now,
while.
and even brought a gift as an apology. I'll leave the book here.
You said Nichka asked you for the book? I hope it wasn't too much trouble to get. Really, I'm surprised that she even asked you for a present. When she's at home, she'd even ask me for permission to eat some snacks.
Oh?
Maybe I've been too strict with her. She's obviously starting to like her big sister more than her own mother.
So, sweetie, how this works is your mother first, friend later, when they're old enough.
Oh, really? Well, I'd say I really haven't done enough to deserve the title of Big Sister. Yeah, I wasn't able to help her when she was sick, and I didn't even come and visit her that many times. Well, the only thing I have been able to do is to help her find some books.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Shilonen. You have great responsibilities as the name engraver of the tribe. We both know you are far too busy to take care of her. The responsibilities on your shoulders also became far heavier when I gave up on my work.
You just had more important things to tend to,
Yeah.
Auntie. No one in the tribe blames you. We all know that Nachka needs her mother's care.
Yep.
But that doesn't change the fact that I gave up on my work. And even now, I still have not found the courage to pick up my hammer again. I'm sorry to leave you to shoulder all the responsibilities alone, Shilonen.
Oh.
Ooh, why so somber all of a sudden? Don't be so sad, everyone. Hasn't Nachka gotten better lately?
Oh, relax, Auntie. I can handle the work. But once Nachka is back on her feet, you should get back to work and let me have a vacation. You'll be the one who's busy then, and I'll be sitting at the side drinking chocolatl and cheering you on.
If that day really comes, you can have as much chocolatl as you like.
So how did...
If you asked me before, I wouldn't have even been able to talk about it.
Before when?
But now that she's gradually recovering,
Oh.
I've also gained some courage to face what happened back then.
Oh.
Nachka's illness actually originates from the Abyss.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
That night, I was in the tribe, having a discussion over the forging of new ancient names. Before we could finish our discussion, the alarm started to ring outside. A horde of monsters from the Abyss suddenly attacked the tribe, so everyone banded together to fight them off. I joined the fray as well, and it wasn't until the monsters were repelled that I got back home with some guards from the tribe. But Nechka was gone.
Is it the same
I
problem
can't
with the
remember
feather
how
girl?
long I spent searching for her. Maybe for 2 or 3 days. In the end, we found Nechka at the bottom of a short cliff. She was holding a dried up embercore flower in her hand, and there were traces of abyssal corruption around her wounds.
Why? What's the
I know.
cinematics?
It was all my fault. Before the incident, Nechka had asked if I could forge an ancient name for her. Work was busy at the time, so I told her that if she could find an embercore flower, I would use it as material to forge her an ancient name. Oh, Nechka, my daughter. My Nechka. I was holding her in my arms, but no matter how many times I called her name, she wouldn't open her eyes and look at me. I was the one who decided to move my workshop to the outskirts of our tribe for work, and I was the one who left her home alone. Oh, my daughter. My Nechka. Why do you have to suffer like this?
Whoa, hey! It's okay, right? Nechka's getting better.
Yep.
She already has the strength to write letters now, doesn't she? Well, Shilonen has even brought her a gift.
Please drink some water
Sorry.
first. Yeah.
I just can't control myself whenever I remember that time.
It feels like you need counseling,
Phew.
but I got nothing.
Alright. It's not every day that we get guests. I really shouldn't be crying like this.
You also shouldn't be suppressing your emotions
I
like
asked
this.
someone to buy some ingredients for me. So, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? I'll make some shrimp bisque, grilled fish and mint sauce, and tower tacos.
We'll help. That sounds like a lot to make, and we don't want you to tire yourself out.
Let me flex my cooking skills. Yeah, I
Thank
worked at
you
a
both, but
restaurant.
Don't worry. It's just a few dishes. I'll be fine. You three just need to make sure everything gets eaten up. I can't eat a lot at this age.
Oh, we haven't had
At this
anything
age? You mean
yet,
these
so
days?
don't worry, we'll make sure there are no leftovers.
Paimon will definitely make sure of that. I promise the plate, will be
Ah.
clean.
It just occurred to me that Shilonen likes to eat cheesy crab hot pot. Why don't I make that instead of the grilled fish and mint sauce? I remember you don't like picking out fish bones.
Nah, both are fine with me. I've learned to just chew up the fish bones now.
Oh, come on now. If you don't want to pick out the bones, I can just take them out for you.
Oh,
Anyway, for dessert, would you like a cup of grain fruit or chocolate?
Cup of grain fruit.
How
chocolate!
about a cup of green fruit mixed with chocolate?
Awesome!
Okay, got it.
I'm surprised
I'll go
Paimon
start
didn't
cooking,
immediately go
but
for chocolate.
Could you do me a favor in the meantime? I ordered a bunch of ingredients, and they should be here any minute now. Would you go check by the door and see if they were already here? If so, please bring them in.
Okay.
Come on, Shilonen. Stop lying around. You shouldn't nap before dinner. It'll ruin your appetite.
I don't know, I seem to be more hungry when I wake up.
Hey, I'm not a kid anymore, you know. You don't have to worry about my appetite.
And Paimon will eat more
That's
than enough.
beside the point. If you don't watch out for your health while you're still young, then when you get older, you'll...
Mommy, mommy, mommy.
Alright, I'm getting up.
We'll go check on the ingredients with Shilonen. It isn't far, so it shouldn't take us long.
Yeah, understandable.
That kid.
That was absolutely on the
That
debate.
kid. She's just like Nechka.
I was trying to, before I started streaming, well, besides the fact that I was thinking about... It was going to be Subnautica tonight, but I decided I wanted to add some mods, and I was messing around a bit too much with it that I'm not sure if it's stable enough to do on stream yet, so it'll be like a next week thing.
No one's come to deliver the ingredients yet. Paimon thought we'd see someone come flying down on a Yunkasaur as soon as we came out.
A
Assumptions?
messenger from the Scions of the Canopy wouldn't be flying here. They usually come climbing down the cliffs nearby. No need to look. There isn't anyone on the cliffs.
Maybe the delivery person got lost.
I just saw a ghost.
Okay.
Hey, you there. Sorry, but does Tlasoli live around here?
Behind us.
Oh, are you the one who's supposed to deliver the ingredients?
I don't see any green.
Ingredients? Are you kidding? I was nearly eaten myself.
No excuse for that.
Never mind that now. Those monsters are still hot on my heels. Please, you've got to help me.
Against ghosts?
Shilonen, where'd she go? Whoa, she's already gone up to fight the monsters? Let's go help her out!
Yeah, sure. V5 Oh. I don't have the right setup for her, though.
And Shroud, I hear everything. Oh, one
So I have
thing
to have
after
two of a...
Motion to compel. Shower me with
Wind Strider.
Letting brave names echo!
I don't have
Alright,
this stuff for her.
that should be it for the monsters. Yeah, was easier than I thought. Oh, it also seems we're in good luck. The goods weren't damaged either.
Strange. We didn't see any monsters on the way here.
You must have terrible
yeah,
luck.
right. I use this road to deliver goods all the time, and I've never been attacked like this before.
Something,
It's
bis.
the main road in and out of the tribe, so people often come here to clear out any monsters. This area is usually very safe.
Something, abyss.
I don't know what happened, but it seems like all the monsters around here have gone berserk. Even the docile Tepetlosaurs are in a frenzy. Tlasoli doesn't even forge ancient names anymore, so why can't she just move back to the tribe? If she comes back, Nachka will even be able to find some playmates. She's so young and hasn't even... Nachka's playmates. No, wait, I feel like my kids have played with her before. They've even told me about Nachka's favorite game. If I remember right, it was... strange. I always remembered it before.
Is this the same voice?
How could I forget all of a sudden?
Look at that. He has a blaze gem inscription too.
There seems to be quite a market.
You
for
should
these-
go back to the tribe. It seems like you had quite the scare today. We'll
Is
take
it
the
taking
ingredients
away your
back for you.
memories?
I'll carry these bags, and you two can carry the rest.
Paimon can help too.
Oh, sure. Paimon can take care of these grapefruits.
Yeah, Paimon can do something.
If you say so. Thank you so much. I guess today's just a really bad day for me to go outside.
That's so weird. Why is everyone we run into today having trouble remembering stuff?
And they're all wearing blaze gem
I'm not
inscriptions.
sure how to say it, but she's got a strange feeling about this. Like it's all somehow related.
Oh no, no
Once you
foreshadowing.
live long enough, you'll eventually start experiencing strange days like this.
That's every day
Let's
for
bring
us.
the ingredients back. Otherwise, we won't have anything to eat tonight.
Oh no. Paimon will be devastated. Why are there people outside?
Let's do this. Can't see?
Incinerate!
Doo-doo-doo.
Ooh, we can definitely write this off as incidental gains.
Does it really matter if, you know, we're in a location that is not leeway? Do we have to write that off as it? Sounds more like a... I can make chocolate. How am I doing on... No, I need 35. 35!
Boom boom!
I did not mean to do that.
Ah, you're finally back. What took you so long? I was starting to worry.
Oh yeah, we ran into some small problems, but everything's fine now.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Alright. As long as everything's okay now, you all have a seat. I'll get the food ready. It won't take long.
Gets work on the food. After cooking for some time, delicious dishes are set out one after another.
Oh, there's so much tasty food! You're amazing, Tlasoli!
They were all pretty simple dishes to make.
Do you have to
Don't
keep
be
the
shy.
eyes in there, though?
Dig in, everyone.
No flying on the table, Paimon.
Paimon can't reach that dish! Could you give Paimon some? Come on, come on!
I would say it's called passing the dish over.
Ooh, yeah. Can I get another serving, please?
You're done already? Do you even chew when you're eating?
No.
Of course. Didn't I say that I chew up the fish bones? I'll have just one more fish and leave the rest for Nechka.
It's okay. Just go ahead and eat all you'd like. Nechka can't eat these dishes anyway.
So why'd you order it then?
Her body is too weak to digest these kinds of things. I'll just make some broth for her.
By the way, since she's Abyss problems, can I, like, I don't know, the purity
no.
thing of
But Paimon thought she'd already recovered
purify?
from her illness.
Injuries caused by the Abyss cannot be undone. The doctor said the fact that she's stable is already quite a miracle. But it's okay. Nechka can talk to me now and can even hold my hand. That's more than I could ask for. Even if she will never again know that I am her mother.
What do you mean?
What does it sound like she means?
The doctor said the Abyss has had an irreversible effect on Nechka's soul. She's lost all her memories from before she was injured. The doctor also said this sort of memory loss isn't like simply forgetting something. Rather, she can no longer remember anything from before that fateful day.
This is gonna be a fun quest line for me, actually. 10 out of 10.
Huh? But how does that happen?
Brain injury! Paimon!
You know about the woven scrolls that the Masters of the Nightwind use to record things, right? Well, generally speaking, forgetting things is like when the woven scrolls would gradually start to fade. As long as you repaint and weave the threads again, the faded memories will come back to life. But the case of Nechka's memory loss is as if her woven scroll had been cut in two, and the portion of the past was burnt to ashes. The books she loved to read, the flowers she took joy to grow, and the time she spent in this house were all cut off by the Abyss, and can never be retrieved again.
She'll just make new memories.
As one example of that, Nechka now only sees me as a strange, unfamiliar auntie who claims to be her mother. She's a good kid, and doesn't want to upset this lady who's been taking care of her so much, so she still calls me Mom. But I've always had a feeling that she's constantly wondering about things like, where is her real mother? Why is she stuck here in this house? Was she abandoned? Nechka really has no idea that her real mother is right in front of her, and has never left.
So you plan on recreating Nechka's woven scroll all by yourself?
Oh, wow, that's a jump.
What do you mean?
Or should I say, you've already started reweaving that scroll long ago?
A blaze gem inscription.
The delivery guys. I saw it hanging from his waist, so I asked to borrow it from him.
When?
Don't worry, I'll return the inscription to him once we've figured everything out. These things aren't cheap, after all.
When did you know?
Yeah, I noticed it back when blaze gem inscriptions suddenly became popular among the tribe. It was then that I also noticed that everyone wearing blaze gem inscriptions had varying degrees of memory loss. Traveler, you've picked up on it too, haven't you?
Had something to go with
Accessories
Nisha.
made using ancient names forging techniques. For what's only supposed to be a pretty souvenir, this inscription contains a phlogiston engraving with a truly overkill level of complexity. The shapes
Damn.
and patterns of these engravings are also identical to that of an ancient name. By making just a few slight adjustments to the layout and connections of the main pattern, you can pretty much qualify this blaze gem inscription as a bona fide ancient name. And yet, you've never told anyone about these engravings in the blaze gem inscriptions that can be activated at any time. Am I right, Auntie?
Bad girl.
I knew you were a sharp one, Shilonin.
Did you poison the food?
That's right. I have a way to cure Nechka and restore all her memories. It's actually quite simple. I want to forge an ancient name for Nechka that contains all of her past memories.
But ancient names must be approved by the
And
YUB.
the reason they must be approved by the YUB is because the memories they bear are all stored within the ley lines. Extracting those memories from the ley lines requires the YUB's assistance. But your plan wouldn't need you to do any of that, right, Auntie?
Bad girl.
Your Blaze Gem inscriptions will help you complete that part of your plan in the ley line's place. You will use the inscriptions to form a massive memory bank for Nechka. And the ancient names you're trying to forge will be used to extract corresponding memories from the memory bank.
A memory bank? Wait, so the reason all those people were having trouble remembering stuff is because the Blaze Gem inscriptions took away any memories related to Nechka?
Her life was still witnessed by other
Using
people.
other people's memories of Nechka to reconstruct her past? This is the first time I've heard of such an idea.
You've seen through my plans, Shilonin. You're as outstanding as ever. Far more brilliant than me.
You're gonna hit us. You're gonna hit us. You're gonna hit us.
I intend to use this method to collate all the memories related to Nechka and allow her to regain her past again.
But wouldn't extracting memories like that hurt the person carrying the Blaze Gem inscription?
I mean, yes.
Not at all. Every time a Blaze Gem inscription extracts memories, the process is under my precise control.
That doesn't sound like a
There's no chance of anyone in the tribe getting hurt.
doubt. Doubt. Doubt.
This is the central inscription that controls all the other Blaze Gem inscriptions, which will also soon serve as Nechka's ancient name.
You made all of this yourself, Tlasoli?
Even though it's not an
Yes.
official ancient name.
It was lots and lots of work. It was truly exhausting. Or perhaps I've just grown old. You saw it yourself. I nearly fainted just from being in the sun. I could collapse tomorrow, or even in the next few moments, but Nechka's ancient name is still far from completion. I've solved the issue of storing memories, but I still don't know how to connect Nechka up to this central inscription.
I thought you'd just modify your own ancient name.
I considered it, but this matter doesn't have anything to do with my ancient name. It's of no help to me, and I don't need its help now.
You know the price to pay for making something like this.
Your own life?
Yes, I do. But as long as I can get my Nechka back, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Otherwise, Nechka won't have any chance of reclaiming her past once I'm dead and gone.
But it's the past.
She won't remember me, and she won't even remember why her name is Nechka. When that time comes, she'll be left to drift around the world all alone, unknowing of where she came from, or where she should go.
The other people around her have the memories.
She is my daughter, the one to whom I gave the Nechka name. Whether it be as her mother, or as a name engraver, I can't simply stand by and let her name disappear.
Shilonin?
Shh, let her think about this for a moment.
I'll take the central inscription with me. I'm going to completely disassemble it to confirm its components and uses, and I won't make any promises until I've checked everything. Say goodnight to Nechka for me, Auntie.
Oh, wait. I've also finished the inscriptions for the Traveler in Paimon. Let me fetch them for you.
Cool.
I'm sorry it took me so long to finish them.
Hold on, Auntie. The Traveler and Paimon have never met Nechka before, so you can't draw any memories from them.
That wasn't my intention. They're just ordinary gifts. Please, take them.
Oh, thanks. Yishka?
Huh? What was that noise?
Somebody listening
Nechka
in?
must have woken up and wants to get out of bed on her own. Sorry, I'll go check on her first. Nechka, don't try to get out of bed. Just tell Mom if you need anything.
You go ahead and take care of Nechka, Auntie. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon. There are a few things I want to tell you.
Oh? I wonder what they are. Assuming.
Let's head back to the tribe first. There are some things I need to get from my workshop. Disassembling the central inscription? It's not going to be easy.
What, you're gonna say come back in 2 days?
This weather's got me in the mood.
I love that it becomes echoey. Echo, echo, echo. Keko, keko,
You two can wait
keko.
outside for a moment. I just need to go in and grab something. The workshop is a little messy, so unfortunately, I won't be able to show you around.
A mess is what I like best.
Oh, yeah, that's not really what I mean. It's not the mess that's really the problem. It's just that the workshop is cluttered with way too much stuff. Books, files, and even ancient texts I got from the Masters of the Nightwind.
You want your piles to be left alone.
Everything's piled up to the ceiling. You probably won't know where to step once you're inside.
In the path you've probably created out of
Kachina
it.
suffered quite an unfortunate series of events the last time she went inside. Well, I suppose it was my fault for being so focused on searching for information at the time that I forgot to lock the door.
Well done.
After entering the workshop, she was shocked to find herself face to face with a massive woven scroll from the Masters of the Nightwind, and then she turned around and knocked over a huge stack of forging blueprints. She tried to step out of the way, but tripped on a poster tube that was behind her, and then boom! The forging blueprints came crashing down right onto her head.
Well, good that she's resilient.
Oh no!
She's
Must have
lucky I
hurt.
noticed in time. I found Kachina in a daze and managed to save her before an entire set of the history of the Children of Echoes was about to bury her. I then dragged her up to the second floor. Ever since then, Kachina always waits outside the door and doesn't dare take a step in whenever she comes to see me.
I thought a workshop would just supposed to be full of
Yeah, you're
tools.
an
I mean, that would
honest
hurt
and
even
fast
worse.
woman after all. We thought there would be weapons and armor hanging all over the place. But it seems more like a library than a workshop.
Well, my primary work is forging ancient names, which is much trickier than making swords and tools. Aside from the necessary craftsmanship, I also need to consult many ancient texts. You probably already know that each ancient name represents a certain spirit, behind which are countless related stories to support it. In other words, the essence of an ancient name is the physical manifestation of a certain spiritual will.
Huh.
And as a name engraver, when I'm working on a new ancient name, I'm not only trying to give it a physical shape,
A
but
spiritual
more
shape.
importantly, I'm also trying to understand the spirit contained within the name. And to do that, I have to collect as many related stories as possible and read through them all. But, as you might know, people tend to add a lot of extraneous details when it comes to stories about themselves.
No, not at all.
For
Nah.
stories that have been clearly exaggerated or altered, I must gather other related stories and information as cross-references. This way, I can filter out all the absurd and exaggerated details and restore the person's life to its true nature. Only in true stories can you find the authentic spirit. And this is the only way for the spirit to become an ancient name that matches its essence.
We've heard about the concept behind ancient names before, but after hearing you explain the details, Paimon can't help but think that ancient names are really powerful.
Paimon! If only they could be
Well,
more
no matter
powerful.
how powerful ancient names could be, they would never be able to suddenly turn into a blade or allow you to smash through an entire cliff in one punch.
Oh, One Punch Man can do it.
It's just a form of spiritual power that's passed down from generation to generation. It doesn't have those kinds of physically tangible effects.
Shame.
Well, take your own names, for example. From the moment you appeared in this world, some person had already prepared a blessing for you.
I mean...
And that person then condensed this blessing into your name and gave it to you as a gift.
A gift!
It may feel like the moment you received your name is already in the past, but it will always stay with you and move with you in the future. Names are blessings for the future from people standing in the past. Well, that's what Auntie once told me.
Okay.
And with this blessing, people will become more confident as they walk into their future. To put it another way, it's like having a lamp in your hand as you walk through the darkness of night.
that? If you're alone when you're walking in the dark, it's easy to get scared and tired quickly.
Yep.
But if someone else is walking with you, then it won't be nearly as scary. And, well, you might still get tired, but it'll still be a whole lot better than walking alone. The Traveler always has Paimon by her side, though, so she'll never have to worry about that.
Are you sure?
Oh, Paimon sure many wish they could be in your shoes, Traveler.
Please, if you're always on the one to get tired when you're on the road.
Paimon's always flying. Of course it gets tiring. But we're getting
I
off topic.
mean,
We can talk about
Paimon!
that later.
Try to fall
Anyway,
asleep on
this
me
is
next
what
time.
Clisoli told me when I was training as a name engraver. And to be honest, I've only understood 20% of what she said at most. I've never been able to figure out the rest.
But doesn't that mean you basically don't get it?
Don't get it? Back to the beginning. Ouch. Doesn't that mean... Yeah, okay.
Well, that's not entirely true. Auntie and I have at least come to a consensus on the most important thing. You know what? I am sick of talking. We can talk about all of this later. Please, wait a moment while I grab my things.
Grab your things. Opens the door and walks into the workshop. Some unsettling crashing noises come from within the workshop, followed by some agonizing creaks and squeaks. Eventually, Jelone rushes out the door with a box in her arms. She then turns around and kicks the door closed, shutting the sound of dusty books falling on the ground inside.
Did you hear a
75%.
whole section of something collapse in there just now?
It's fine, it's fine. It was just a bunch of very old ancient name records. I've already made copies of them. I, kept this set of phlogiston wedges in the back, so it wasn't easy to take out. I had to resort to brute force.
Well done.
Come on, let's go disassemble the central inscription. It shouldn't take long.
Okay.
Keep up.
Here we are. This is the place.
Okay.
This cliff is pretty high. What are we going to do here? Are we going to climb to the very top and then throw this inscription down the cliff?
We're disassembling it, not destroying it, Paimon.
I'm going to use phlogiston to make an engraving circle on the cliff wall. That will allow me to investigate the internals of the central inscription.
Yes, very respectfully.
Now let me see if this thing can even turn on. I was still an
How you doing,
apprentice the
Sidon?
last time I used it. Before we attempt to engrave the inside pattern of an ancient name with phlogiston, we always use this to draw out the engraving diagram on a cliff or open ground.
I'm sorry, blah, today.
Only after we've confirmed that phlogiston can flow properly through the internal engravings can we start formally working on the small internal engravings of the ancient name. If we want to dismantle the central inscription in a non-destructive manner, we'll have to use this thing. I really don't want to engrave such a large diagram with my bare hands.
Oh, so you'll be able to see what it looks like on the inside without ruining Tlasoli's inscription?
Yes.
For the most part. If it were just an ordinary unfinished ancient name piece, I'd just take it apart and pour phlogiston into the internal engravings to see everything.
I'm pretty
But
good.
since it's a central inscription, it would be better not to destroy the blessing that Auntie has prepared for Nechka.
So, Shilonen, does this central inscription fall under the 20% you understand about ancient names, or the other 80% you don't understand?
There's 80% chance that it's part of the 20%.
Oh, don't worry. As I said, Auntie and I share an understanding of the most important principle, which is names are intrinsically valuable. Only by having names can things be sorted and categorized. they allow the world to become more orderly and identifiable. For example, when I order ore, I would usually say I need volcanic crystals of about 35% purity and no more than 3% of impurities. Without specific names, I would only be able to go to the ore merchant and say, I want this and this. No, this isn't it. That one. No, not that one either. Yeah, you see what I mean? Names are a crucial part of how we standardize our workflow. Without names, the work would be impossible.
So you're talking about it from a
Yes,
technical
because
perspective.
forging ancient names is first and foremost a technical job. There's no debating that.
Okay.
As for the question of why it's important, as long as it does not affect your ability to perform your work, you'll gradually understand it as you put the process into practice.
Sounds like the most efficient approach.
After all, creating an ancient name is quite the complicated process. Well, let me break it down even further. We're not in the tribe right now anyway. Essentially, by forging ancient names, I'm assigning nicknames to the heroes in Natlan's history.
Fun.
Giving someone a name is a subjective expression. You just need to express your hopes and wishes for them.
Cool.
But giving someone a nickname is a much more objective expression. To come up with a fitting and accurate nickname requires much thought and observation.
My nickname came from a teacher that felt my name was too long and therefore shortened it. Also, he only does that with his favorite students.
If ancient names or nicknames aren't descriptive enough, no one will remember them anyway. So the best I can do is gather all the information I could and try to come up with the most fitting nicknames possible. Even a minor mistake in the process could cause people to misunderstand the nickname. For a name engraver such as myself, such mistakes would be considered a major blunder.
See, your nicknames need more thought and observation,
Paimon
Paimon.
isn't trying to come up with a nickname for Shilonen. Besides, all of Paimon's nicknames have been very descriptive. Everyone can remember them.
Right, emergency food.
Phew. Now I'm curious. Why don't you, come up with one for me?
Are you serious?
But she only does it when people she's
Of course.
angry with.
This is also my line of work, you know. Go ahead.
A nickname? Shilonen. Well, she uses phlogiston to forge weapons and make names for others.
Don't overstress, Paimon.
Smith?
Yeah, not bad, and quite fitting too. I'll remember it. But, you should keep observing my work, Paimon. Maybe you'll come up with an even better nickname.
Skates.
Right, okay. Time to make like a smith and start smithing. Watch closely.
Leopard. Oh. Use your elemental skill.
Adjust the inclination by 2 degrees. Stop. The error margin is within an acceptable amount, but I'll extend the inscription link a little more just to be safe. I'll leave some space here. And when the linked engravings are activated, the inscriptions here will overlap with each other. And there. That should complete the flow.
Cool. I think.
Amazing, Shilonen! You were running all over that cliff as if it was flat ground!
She's skating. Is that the power of the children
no,
that
that
goes?
doesn't have anything to do with my tribe. It's just the phlogiston adhesive I have on my shoes.
Can we do that? Well, you mean your skates, but can we do
After all
that?
that running around, I'll have to infuse them with more phlogiston again. Huh. I should prepare a spare supply of phlogiston to bring with me next time.
Don't tell me you're actually already covered head to toe in work equipment.
More or less, yeah. I usually have at least the key equipment on hand. I can show them to you when we next find the time, but let's get to work first. Let me see. Start with Anchor 1 and activate it with Density 3 phlogiston.
This is all Greek to me.
Whoa! A super
Thank you for descripting, Paimon. After some time, the blast of religion ceases and the essential inscription returns to Xilonin's hands.
So are you done checking the inscription, Xilonin? How does it look?
I didn't find any anomalies in the Phlogiston engraving. All the adjustments are indeed based on ancient name engraving techniques.
So that means...
That means we can help Tlasoli and Nichka now, right?
No.
Well, probably, but I have good news and bad news. Oh, but I'm also just going to go ahead and share both, so it's not like you'll have a choice in the matter.
Did we ever have a choice?
Paimon will cover her ears after the good news.
Paimon.
Well, even if you cover your ears, the issue will still continue to exist. But, before we get to that, I want to ask the Traveler a question. What are your thoughts on absorbing memories?
It somehow doesn't seem right.
I knew you felt the same way, and that'll save me some initial explanation. I've never been very good at that anyway. It's, hard to control the absorption of memories. Technically speaking, this type of inscription has the power to do far more than absorb memories related to a single person. By herself, Auntie can't handle that level and scope of work, but if she has accomplices, it is completely possible for her to use this inscription to accomplish far bigger things.
Oh no.
Accomplices? You make it sound like she's committing a crime!
Because she kind of is.
Well, here's the good news. Yes, this Blaze Gem inscription would be the perfect tool to commit crimes, but we haven't found any accomplices or
You're
signs
stealing
that she
something
intends
from
to put
people.
it to such uses. From a purely objective standpoint, we can consider that possibility as yet to be confirmed for now. The bad news is, there's still an underlying problem with this Blaze Gem inscription that cannot be ignored. I believe I've mentioned this before. Ancient names operate with the help of the Wyub, granting them the power to read information kept in the ley lines. In this process, the Wyub actually function like relays, helping the
to the
ancient name bearer sense
Irmicell.
the information from within the ley lines. If you remove the Wyub from the process and don't use any tools, then finding a specific story is akin to
Making it up.
trying to scoop up a specific grain of sand from a rushing river.
He'll most likely drown.
Exactly. Anyone who attempts to do so will likely lose most of their cognitive function or become a babbling madman who talks to themselves all day long.
So like the mad scholars from Sumeru.
Let's consider the memories that Auntie has gathered as the ley line, and Nichka as the only ancient name bearer of this ley line. There's no way Auntie would let Nichka plunge into the river of memories without any tools. She'd only be overwhelmed by the surge of memories. And considering that Nichka has forgotten all of her past, she'll be unable to work on her own to accurately find the correct past.
Yeah.
Only Aunt Tlasoli can help her filter the correct memories of her past.
But the problem is, it says she's not long
if
for
my
the work.
hypothesis is correct, Auntie is actually planning on turning herself into Nichka's Wyub to help her extract the corresponding memories in the different situations she may face.
Oh no.
In an ideal world, this would be perfectly fine, as long as every extracted memory is correct. Nichka would essentially be getting her past back.
Yeah, but I don't think it's that easy. At all.
And I also believe that there won't be any mistakes in everything that Auntie remembers about Nichka. But Auntie is not a Wyub. Her body won't be able to handle the load for long.
So at any moment she might just...
How can we solve this problem? No matter how we try, Tlasoli will...
She's ready to pay the price.
Names are blessings for the future from people standing in the past. I've also made up my mind. Come on, let's go see Auntie.
Do 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 do. Do do do. Back here. Fa fa fa. I'm black. Legs.
Shilonen. It looks like you've made your decision. Am I right?
Yes, here's some research that I've done. You can reference it to modify the way the central inscription operates. I'll also help you continue working on the Blaze Gem inscriptions, but I must have complete control over all the inscriptions and the ability to oversee their uses. The memories that can be absorbed by the inscription will be limited solely to Nechka's past. We'll plan a set time frame together from which the memories can be drawn from shortly. If you attempt to extract any memories beyond this scope, then I'll consider that as committing a criminal act and halt all work related to the central inscription. After
Nice.
the memory bank is constructed, the Blaze Gem inscription's absorption functions must be stopped immediately. Only functionalities for outputting memories will be kept.
I accept. Thank you, Shilonen. I really...
Auntie, you know I can't stand it when you do this. If you needed my help, you should have just said so. There's no need to beat around the bush like you did.
Using technology for ancient names to forge other things without permission is no trivial matter.
Yes, it's a major departure from the technology's intended use, but it's nothing compared to a child who needs help, compared to a name that's about to be lost. But once this is all over, you must come with me to see Pakal and discuss everything that happened.
That's fine. I'm willing to accept any punishment for my little Nechka.
If she lives that long.
All right, let's clear off the table and come up with a plan.
You still have the cups everywhere?
I need some time to consider how to let Nechka control the Blaze Gem inscription on her own and extract the memories from her past. Oh, by the way, did you give the book to Nechka?
How could I just hand her a birthday present that you specially brought for her? I've picked out a box and packaged it up. Wait till her birthday and then bring it to her. It'll be a nice surprise.
No, it's just an old book. There's no need to...
Is she moving furniture in there?
Oh, is Nechka up again? But
Ma-
what was all that noise? It sounded like something broke.
Maybe she knocked something over.
What if something fell on her? We should check. Paimon will go have a look.
Like you could lift anything.
Nechka, don't hurt yourself.
Shilonen, is that you? You're Nechka?
I was gonna say, are you
How
gonna show
many
me her
times
face?
have I told you? Don't get out of bed on your own. You were running a fever yesterday.
Hello, Nechka.
Thank you for the book. I've already read it several times. You've already read it? But didn't Tlasoli package up the book that Shilonen brought?
No. She's all mixed up. The one she read isn't from Shilonen. It's one I bought for her before. A few days ago, she told me she wanted a book. I know nothing about these kinds of books, so I had no choice but to go to the tribe and look for a copy. I eventually found one and bought it for her. I put it in her room once I got back. Soon after, she suddenly developed a fever. I was so busy taking care of her that I forgot about the book and even forgot that she had asked you for a gift.
Are all of them the same leopard race? Why don't they have tails
Auntie,
like her?
do you know which version of the book you bought?
Which version? The shopkeeper said it was the one with the perfect ending to the story. Apparently that's the only one you can find on the market now. Ugh. It's all my fault. You wasted your money and now it won't even be a surprise.
Oh, it's all right. It's just a book. As long as Nechka enjoys it, that's what matters.
Thought that counts.
Oh, right. Nechka probably doesn't know us. You're Paimon and Miss Traveler. Mom told me about you. Oh! Seems like everyone knows who we are now.
Hello, Nisha.
Yeah, Nechka seems to be doing pretty well today. Since she's been stuck indoors for the last few days, why don't we take her out for a walk?
It seems the
Take
fever's
her
gone.
for a walk. But Considering her condition, I don't think she...
Oh, don't worry, Auntie. She'll be safe with the Traveler and me.
Also, can I do the purifying thing?
We won't leave the tribe, and if anything comes up, we'll be sure to find the doctor immediately. Besides, it's her birthday in a few days, and we need to go to the tribe to buy some things. Let's give her a proper celebration. What do you think, Auntie?
I promise I'll be good, Mom. Didn't you say before that I need more fresh air?
All right. As you wish. I also happen to have a few repaired Blaze Gem inscriptions that I need to get back to the tribe. We can go together.
Family outing!
Wait for a moment. I'll go get Nechka's water bottle and some towels. Some medicine. Oh, and a parasol.
Zoli enters Nishka's room. After quickly packing, she comes out.
Talk about being prepared.
We can camp out with all that
It doesn't
stuff.
hurt to be prepared. Okay, let's go. Please be good now, Nechka. Don't cause any trouble for Shilonen and the others.
Oh, you can let me carry these. And don't be a stranger, Nechka. Feel free to tell us anything. And even I was quite a handful for Auntie when I was little.
Yeah! It's not often you get to go out to play, so just have fun. Everything will be fine.
If you don't stir up some trouble when you're little.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. And please don't worry, Mom. I'll be good.
Let's go look for Ikno.
I feel like
I've
the
had
mother
her
is
Blaze Gem inscription
overwarming.
for a while now.
As someone who did lose a good chunk of her memory because of stuff. 'Cause then you can just make more.
Keep up.
Tosoli, what brings you to the tribe today? Oh, and Nechka too! Oh, she seems to be doing much better now. She's even out and about. I'm sure it won't be long before she'll be playing with Chanil and the others.
Aw.
I hope so. Here, Ikno. This is your inscription. I've finished repairing it.
Oh, thank you for bringing it back for me. Oh, by the way, I came across a piece of good quality ore a while ago. I was thinking of using it to make some pretty jewelry for little Nechka.
Aw.
I remember that Nechka would become so happy every time she saw a shiny ring. Right, Nechka?
I'm sure she'd love that. Thank you.
My
Let
pleasure.
her talk for herself.
Give me a moment. I'll bring the ore.
Oh, I can make the jewelry for her. What kind would you like, Nechka?
I would like...
Something shaped like an embercore flower would be nice. She was always asking me before to make her an ancient name with an embercore flower design.
Sweetie!
Mm-hmm, noted. I'll make that as a gift for her next birthday. Sorry, Nechka. It won't be a surprise for you.
That's okay. Thank you, Shilonen.
Found it!
Mother
Sorry
is
to
being
keep you waiting.
helicopter.
Here, please take it.
And the thing with children is their tastes also change, so...
By the way, Nechka, feel free to write to me if you ever want to know more about ores. Well, I was shocked last time when you wrote me out of the blue asking for a volcanic crystal.
Sorry about that. She can hardly contain her curiosity now that she's started to recover. She's still too weak to go out whenever she wants, so she begs me every day to help her write letters to people in the tribe about all sorts of things.
That's how you know she's one of the children of Echoes. It's normal for us to be interested in ore.
Everything's looking up! Oh, we're just like the main character in the new version of Tequil the Brave, when he was about to save his brother Remak. According to the story, we should be right around... let Paimon see... Tequil prayed to the goddess of mountains and fire. Let my brother's name ever live on! I am willing to sacrifice my heart and blood in return!
Yeah, good that you've memorized that much, Paimon.
The goddess replied, I've heard your prayer, but your brother is no longer your kin. His name has sunken into the deepest of depths.
That's not the...
Then Tequil said, "Turn my blood to fire so my heart may illuminate the depths. I will bring my brother back before my blood runs dry."
Her original name, her original self is gone.
Oh,
Stop
you
trying
remembered
to...
that whole line, Nechka? Paimon remembers that's exactly what the book... huh? Wait, what did the book say?
You forgot, but didn't you just read it?
Paimon finished both books in one sitting. A lot of their content is nearly the same, so it's easy to get mixed up.
Excuses, excuses.
But the ending in the older version is more interesting, even if it's hard for kids to, well, completely understand.
Yeah.
Oh, wait! Nechka hasn't read the other ending. It's okay, just wait a bit and Paimon will read it out for you. That's not true. Actually, I already know the other ending. You already know the other ending? But didn't you only read the edition your mom got for you?
Hey, what are you all chatting about so happily?
Stop being nosy, Mommy.
Huh? Mom, Miss Traveler and I were just talking about the ending of that book.
Yeah, book.
We were just talking about how the bad guy was defeated and everyone returned home safely. It's a really happy ending.
That's not the other
Aren't
ending.
happy endings always nice? But if you already read the whole thing, then what will Mom have to read to you at bedtime?
You can buy more books while
Guess
you're here.
you'll have to go to bed early tonight. But I'll buy you some more fairy tales next time, okay?
I mean, you are in the village. You can buy some more now.
Mom.
So how's the ore?
It's pretty good quality. I'll be able to give Nechka a beautiful and durable piece of jewelry for her next birthday. But, you know, for now, let's focus on celebrating her upcoming birthday. Where are we headed to next, Auntie?
Next, let's visit Apishpalan. He should be close by. Stay close, Nechka. Don't go too far.
Yes, Mom.
Yeah, Mom. Helicopter parent, Mom.
Keep up.
Why do my eyebrows keep twitching today? Strange.
They aren't twitching.
That means you're about to hit the jackpot, Apishpalan.
I didn't expect to have 2 name engravers coming in today. Welcome. What are you looking to buy, Tlazoli? I'll give you a discount like usual.
Aw.
Whoa! Offering a discount just like that? Tlazoli sure has connections.
Shut up, Paimon.
She was once our name engraver and did a lot for the tribe. It's only fair that I offer her a discount.
Paimon, do not ask for a
Thank you
discount.
for your generosity. I've finished repairing your Blasium inscription. Here, have a look. Come on, Nechka. Say thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, so this is Nechka. Tlazoli has shown me some pictures before. It looks like you're doing much better now. How about this? Go ahead and pick anything you'd like from the store. Think...
No, that's all right. Mom told me that you've already given a lot to our family.
Oh.
Oh, well, that was for your family. I've never given anything just for you. If you don't feel like it, you can also let your mom choose for you.
No, let her choose.
Oh, no need to stand on ceremony, Auntie. Go ahead and pick something for
Let
Nechka.
her choose!
His drills and small clamps are good quality. The measurements of each part are exact, and they're always very durable. I always come here to buy things if I find myself in a pinch. Oh, do you have any child-friendly safety scissors? I remember seeing a few different styles.
I hated child-friendly safety scissors.
I have a few in stock, but I put them in the back. Let me bring some out for you to pick.
Oh, no need to bring them all the way here. Why don't we just go in the back and choose there? It should only take a moment.
I don't know much about that kind of scissors. Why don't you just go yourself and...
Well, there are too many different designs and varieties of kid scissors. If you don't come and help me choose, I won't be able to pick one that Nechka would like. Come on, Auntie. It'll only take a moment.
And Paimon and... I think she knows
And there
what's
goes
going.
Shalone and dragging Tlazoli off to buy more stuff. Oh, what a busy day.
Let's just wait for them
I
here.
won't run off. Paimon, who's your favorite character in To Kill the Brave? Paimon's favorite? Tequila, of course. He went through a lot to rescue his family.
That sounds
In
familiar.
the old version of the story, he was never able to reunite with his family, but he was still really strong and fought as best as he could.
I admire
What
his
about
courage.
you, Nichka? Which character do you like?
I like Remak.
Yeah.
Oh, the one who was possessed by Quatlique, but never forgot his brother Tequila. He was also an amazing character. If it wasn't for his determination, both he and his brother would have been defeated by Quatlique in the final battle.
Seems you really immersed in the story.
A story's only interesting if you can really get immersed in it.
I don't know. Not always.
Hey, Nichka, why don't we play pretend? You can be Remak, and Paimon will be Tequila, okay?
You just like reciting epic lines.
Miss Traveler, can I play the role of Quatlique?
Well, okay.
Isn't she the villain? In the old version, she even ate Remak and took on his appearance.
You said that yourself. That's the old version.
Right. She read the version with a happy ending. And that one, Quatlique was defeated and the brothers both survived. Well, it doesn't matter. Only the lines at the end were different. You can go on ahead and say your favorite lines, Nichka. Paimon's read both versions, so she'll be able to play along.
My favorite line is the one from the end. It's... Come here, Nichka. Look at you. You're sweating. Mom! Let me wipe your forehead. Now, drink some water. This child. You forget everything as soon as you start playing.
That wasn't playing. That's conversation.
We've picked something out for Nechka. A Paishpalan will deliver it to Auntie's house once he's packaged it up. How was Nechka?
Oh, we were just about to get to the exciting part.
Shilone, did you leave us with Nishka on purpose?
Really? Oh, now that Paimon thinks about it, Shilonen has dragged Tlisoli away from us a couple of times now.
Seems like she has something to say.
Let's talk later. Just trust me and act normal for now. Oh, we should head to our last stop, Auntie. It's real hot today, and we shouldn't let Nechka be in the heat for too long.
Right. Let's go see Chevin and head back home.
Oh, Chevin's from... Okay. What are we doing? It's on this side. It's on this side.
Keep up.
Oh, it's down there.
I finished repairing your Blaze Gem inscription, Chevin. I've also reinforced it, so it shouldn't fall apart so easily now.
Thank you. How about the volcanic crystal? Was it usable?
Yes, thanks for that.
You're welcome. I just want to see Nechka get better.
Thank you, Miss Chevin.
It's fine. Honestly, you're both too polite for your own good.
Better than being rude.
I was wondering where you got the ore for such a large-scale Blaze Gem inscription. So you must be one of Auntie's accomplices, then.
Oh, Shilonen.
We already know what's going on.
We're all doing our best for Nisha.
You had me worried there. I thought we'd been found out. We'd be in real trouble if Pakal ever got wind of it.
Oh, so you get the
To be
devil?
honest, I won't be able to cover it up for much longer. I've been traveling away from home every few days, and the ore reserves have noticeably decreased. The last time Pakal came and asked me about it, I could only say that I'd been using up a lot of ore to research new styles of jewelry. As for why I had been leaving so often, I said that I had found a new ore vein and wanted to extract some new gems from it. Sorry. I've been talking my head off. Please, come in and have a seat.
Sure, we can sit for a moment, but... Miss Chevin, can I go see some of the jewelry over there?
You mean Amisha's work? Sure, go ahead. Remember to stay in the shade as much as you can.
Paimon wants to go too! We'll go together. Paimon hasn't looked at Natlan's jewelry very closely yet.
If the price is good, we could buy you a whole set.
Really? Then Paimon's gonna take a good look at what they have.
If the price is right! I don't have to pay for your fucking meals.
You haven't bought any jewelry for a while, Auntie. Why don't you pick one out?
Let's keep talking.
Come on, Nichka! We don't know anything about Natlan's jewelry, so you can help us pick something out.
Miss Traveler, Come here, Nechka.
Huh?
Sorry, Chevin and Shilonen, but it's already getting late. We should be heading back now. It'll be Nechka's birthday in a few days, and there's still a lot for us to do before then.
No problem. I'll be sure to bring her some beautiful jewelry to celebrate.
Mom,
That look.
You're getting hot again. Here.
Cause she's
Mom,
mad
look
that you
at
aren't
me.
letting her
Let's
really
get going.
talk.
You forget to take care of yourself once you start playing. Let's go back and we'll have a talk.
I didn't.
Nechka, I never taught you to lie.
Sorry, Mom. Nichka's looking at us. My mom feels like something's not right. What should we do?
Let's see what Shilonen
No,
says.
Nechka was having so much fun today that she forgot the time. It's not a big deal. Let me help carry her home. I'm worried you would also have to recover if you carried her the whole way.
No, it's fine. I'll carry her. Let's go, Nechka. It's time to go home.
Declines your helps and leaves the tribe carrying Nishka. I wasn't able to finish reading that. Yeah, she's carrying her.
Thank you, everyone, for spending so much time with us today. Please be sure to come to Nechka's birthday party.
We'll be there.
Alright, it's nearly bedtime for Nechka, so let's part our ways here.
Oh, Auntie, remember to give her the book, that copy of To Kill the Brave I brought. I went to a lot of trouble to find it.
I understand. Really, do you think I'd let your efforts go to waste? It's
Nah.
very special to receive a book from you. I'm sure she'll put it somewhere safe. Right, Nechka?
Yeah. Thanks, Shilonen.
Oh, put it somewhere? Isn't she going to read it?
Well, I've read the story to her many times already. She's even memorized nearly every line.
Oh, that won't be a problem, Auntie. Nechka's probably never heard this version of To Kill the Brave.
Oh, what's different about this version?
The majority is about the same, but the ending is different from the one that you bought her. The one I gave her is the unedited version that was originally published. It was released long before Nechka fell ill.
And she remembers it.
Oh, but I remember you were never very interested in fairy tales, Shilonen.
Huh. Well, I was just thinking that if what you said about Nechka's illness is true, she shouldn't be able to remember anything about her past before her illness. So, the ending to the original version of To Kill the Brave is also part of the past that she should have forgotten.
Also, the small thing of, trauma can stop memories
In other words,
from
if
remembering.
she hasn't recently read the old version of the story, then she shouldn't possibly know the ending, right?
I don't understand. Why are you so concerned about the ending of this book? Even if she does remember the ending, what does that prove? Maybe she snuck out somewhere when I wasn't watching and read the first edition of the story.
But it wasn't here yet.
Yeah, okay, that is a possibility. After all, she does remember things that have happened recently. In which case, yeah, let's go ask around the tribe and see if anyone remembers Nechka reading the book. There are only a few shops in the tribe that sell books, or we can just ask Nechka where she'd read it.
The booksellers all have inscriptions, so there's a chance that their memories...
So, you admit that the inscriptions can affect the tribe's current memories?
Ooh.
I was very clear that I would consider that a crime and would stop all work on it.
There must be a few more books at home. I
do not wish to see your blood be reduced to ash, but I have seen the light of your heart and spirit.
I beg your pardon?
Nechka, where did you read that book? Answer me.
Go home, Nechka.
They are home.
Are you disobeying me?
You're the one who wrote me the letter, Nechka. You're the one who wanted the book. Only you can speak for yourself. We're listening, Nechka. Right here, right now.
Remember my name, brother. As long as you remember me, I will never have left.
Silence.
That's the line from the old ending. Nichika remembers it! I know everything. Shalonen, help me, please! Something's blocking the door!
Get back!
Cut!
Shalonen, wait for us!
Cut!
The tunnel is blocked. We can't go in. There might also be traps.
Whoa. What are all those things on Nechka's walls?
It seems Auntie put all the extra inscriptions she made here.
Where'd they
If
go?
she's trying to finish that ancient name, there's only one place she could go.
The way up?
Come on, follow me.
Mommy's been a bad girl. Fine.
What shall we do?
What is this place?
The workshop. Paimon, keep up. What do I want to do?
Auntie's workshop. It was supposedly closed after she stepped down from her position in the tribe. But it appears that we've all been deceived.
Why are there people up ahead?
Because we need
If
a
you're
murder.
up to shady business, you have to hire shady people to help you. Let's go, don't hesitate!
You were expecting me to hesitate?
That was quick.
Yeah.
Thank you for goodies, the goodies. We become one. Angle. Angle. X. Wrong button. Oh, right. Come on. E.
Bring it!
I'm stuck. There we go. Slow skates, slow skirts. Slow murder.
Stabilize.
Yoo-hoo! One with the forest.
Yeah.
And Shroud.
Yeah.
Oh, lasers. Don't dive into that, girly. Stop, need stop. You're stuck. You're stuck. There we go. There we go. Oh, I could climb that though. Um. How am I? How do you want me to get over there? Oh. Oh. All right, let's everybody same people talk.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
And Shroud.
Yeah.
Bring it.
I will have order.
One with the forest.
Boom boom. The door's closed here too. Where should we go now?
The lever, the lever, the lever.
The transport system seems to still be functioning. Let's go look for the controls and get this cart running again. Maybe it can take us further inside.
Are you okay? Sounding breathy.
All right, let's keep going.
I mean, I'm just as worried as you are, but God. Oh. Didn't have to do that. Fun. I'm paying very close attention to how this works. Can't you tell?
Bring it.
Floaty, floaty, floaty. Speed up, Mom. She's been a bad girl. God, how deep is this?
You got here quick. Impressive.
Yes.
Nechka's up there! What are you planning to do to her?
I never lied to you. All this time, I've only been trying to save my daughter.
Uh-huh.
Even though she's not my daughter yet. But once everything is over, she will really become my Nechka.
Resident Evil Village? Cool.
What is she saying? Is she not Nechka?
Forgetting the
So
past.
you figured it out. I want to use memories to awaken my Nechka.
We already covered this!
She has stayed in the Night Kingdom for far too long. She's afraid of the dark and cold. I'm the one who made her stay there alone, so I must bring her back. Don't worry, Nechka. Mom hasn't forgotten anything. She has always remembered your name.
So Nishka's already dead.
I'm afraid so.
She's a Chi-Chi?
Then who's that girl lying up there?
She's a child from my tribe. Her parents were killed in the same abyss attack. But wouldn't you know it, her birthday is the same as that of my Nechka.
That's not
I
creepy or
raised her
anything.
and took care of her for many years. I thought that taking her in would help me feel better. I was so happy the first time she was willing to call me Mom. But then, I
Creepy.
suddenly felt very, very scared. Is she really my child? My child's name is Nechka. It could only be Nechka. How could I be happy? My little Nechka is still waiting for me to get her home.
I don't know, this voice, like, the craziness
As I
isn't there.
said, I only want to bring Nechka back, even if it costs me everything.
The craziness isn't there.
And now, the time has come for me to pay. As for my useless ancient name, it's finally time to put it to good use. If you're not willing to help me, then you can become the fuel for Nechka's ancient name.
I'm good.
Shilonin, you have yet to make a move. I take it you're examining the inscriptions around you.
Yes.
It's no use. I've already set up the Blaze Gem inscriptions, and the engraving diagram has already begun to run. It's all thanks to your ideas. Now, the central inscription will finally become Nechka's ancient name. After Nechka returns, I'll make sure to invite you to her birthday party.
Get behind me, Paimon.
You're not gonna go up there, are you?
We can't let her harm an innocent child.
There's a flaw in this engraving diagram. The weak point is almost about to activate. So on my mark.
Mark?
Don't worry, Nechka. Don't worry. Mom is here.
3.
Mom will always be with you. I'll never forget you.
2.
Wake up, Nechka. Now. Please, wake up.
1.
It's alright. It's alright. You'll see Mommy soon. Nechka.
Damn! Damn!
Keep back. Those are distorted thoughts. And the mists are the thoughts' twisted cries. If you become tainted by them, they will control you, and you'll never be free again.
I beg to differ. I am...
Where are you? I don't want medicine. It hurts. It hurts. Why am I alone?
Nechka, why?
No more medicine. Will you stay with me forever? Please never leave me again.
Telasoli, You're the one who twisted Nechka's name into a shackling prison. It's time for you to hear her true voice. Stone engraved and echoing peaks converge, disperse. In ashes be reborn, for flames born anew, and the blazing dawn.
Mommy will be with you, Nechka. Always and forever.
Mommy, I've always been with you. And now you're finally listening to me. The old births the new, as flowers shield the roots, so life ever cycles until we return to the loam. We've known each other a while, but we've never met. You're Nechka? Yes, but I still don't know your name. My name's Nepeka. It really suits you.
Aww.
Nepeka, I bless you from the past and wish that every day of your future will be filled with peace and happiness.
That's sweet. That's sweet.
I saw Nechka and was speaking with her, but now, where did she go? Nechka? Nechka? Where are you? Answer, Mommy, please. Please, Shilonen. You saw her too, didn't you? You saw my little Nechka.
Yes.
I felt her hands and hugged her. I was right. I was right. Those gray shadows were just a minor mistake. I just need to restart the ritual again. Alright, I'll start it again and Nechka will...
Have you still not come to your senses, Auntie?
No, by the looks of it.
What senses? I was not wrong. Nothing about what happened was wrong. She's just a little upset and was trying to ignore me. That child sure knows how to throw a tantrum. But I understand. I can accept that.
Enough, Tlisoli! The person you summoned with the Blaze Gem inscription wasn't the real Nechka at all. You collected memories of Nechka from countless people, but you forgot one thing. Among what you gathered were not only real memories, but also countless emotions. Didn't you realize what kind of emotions people would feel upon seeing Nechka's condition? When people held a dying child's hand, when they felt her faint breath and saw the helplessness in her eyes, when they sensed her body growing colder and colder, what could they feel but abject pain and sorrow?
I took those emotions.
You absorbed those emotions into the Blaze Gem inscriptions and solidified them as a piece of her past. Those gray figures were projections of that past. They could only reproduce the appearance of Nechka in her sickly state. What the real Nechka wished to say was drowned out by those twisted and painful thoughts.
I didn't want things to turn out like this. All I wanted was to remember Nechka, to see her again.
Nechka has always been with you, Auntie. Everything has long been recorded on your ancient name, the one you said was useless. You exhausted every option and sacrificed everything in the hopes of saving your daughter. That is undeniable. But have you forgotten the true meaning of your own ancient name?
My ancient name is Undugu.
Kinship.
The immovable love between you and Nechka has already been recorded in your ancient name, but you chose to ignore that. Names are blessings from the past to the future. You told me that, Auntie. You gave Nechka her name, her first blessing. But now, you've turned her name into a prison by taking an innocent child captive, and you've imprisoned yourself.
Nechka is everything to me. Without her, I can't see any future for me. And as for blessings... what blessings have I had since the day she passed? I see her in my dreams every day, grasping my hand, telling me she's in pain, asking me to hold her.
Then hold her! But you can't change
I can't
it.
say anything. I can't grasp her hand. All I can do is shout her name over and over again until I wake up. Every day, every single day, I've hated myself, and ancient names too. Who knows? Maybe hate would have been the only thing left to her too.
You think Nechka would have come to hate you? Auntie, do you still remember the last words Nechka ever said to you? Do you remember what her final words really were? The reason you haven't felt blessed is because you've forgotten the true past. Auntie, you've been wallowing in memories of your imagination and refused to let go of them.
What's the syndrome that happened
A name
in
without
Fontaine?
a past is nothing but a withered tree with no roots, rotting without a future. It's over, Auntie. It's all over now.
It's been all over, Fro.
Slowly now. Why don't you stay lying down? Oh, on second thought, this might not be the best place to rest. Shilonen, Nechka, Napecha can already stand now, so we made our way over.
Let me help you.
Thank you, Paimon and Miss Traveler. I'm fine, really. The real Nechka helped me just now, so it doesn't hurt much anymore.
That's good. If you became Nechka, then this story would really become the To Kill the Brave. This isn't the place to chat. Come on, let's get out of here.
But what about Tlasoli?
Oh, don't worry. She won't be able to cause any more trouble now.
Really? It's all over. You leave the workshop once outside. Company Nietzsche. She has stuff to do, apparently, but I wasn't able to read that loud because it was gone so fast.
Keep up.
All right, I've locked Auntie in the house with a few ropes. I'll take her to the tribe shortly to be punished for what she did. As for now, we can get away from the house and get some sun.
Where's the kid?
After dealing with all of that, I'm completely out of energy.
I wonder why.
She's already planned out everything. Shilonen sure doesn't waste time.
Well, we have already figured out she's efficient.
It's still so scary to imagine. Tlasoli wanted to turn her adopted child into Nechka, and she even nearly succeeded.
Good thing we found out in
Yeah,
time.
she was so cool in the final moments. She went right into action and took control of the situation instantly.
Well, it's all thanks to Nempeka's resilience. She never gave up. If it weren't for her bravely trying to get help, then I wouldn't have noticed Auntie's plan so easily.
You're so brave.
It was thanks to all of you encouraging me. After all, this was already the last idea I could think of. I tried to get the attention of many others who visited before, but they were all either quickly whisked away by Tlasoli or simply refused to believe me. Even if I told them everything, Tlasoli would just blame my illness to cover it up. All she had to do was start to cry, and then the guest would try to comfort her, but completely forget about me. She would inspect all the letters I sent and any gifts I received. And then, if I didn't comply, she would force me to drink some strange medicine. It would put me to sleep for a few days, and it would be hard for me to remember anything. I would see a lot of weird things while I slept, and the walls around me would start talking.
Creepy.
I would be so scared every day. If I wasn't able to get your help this time, I might have just given up.
That's all in the past now.
Us now, Napeka. If anyone dares to hurt you again, the Traveler and Shilonen will send them flying!
Good that you aren't included in that statement.
Yeah. Sorry. I just can't help it.
I mean, it's
You
trauma.
are already super brave, and you even managed to call Shilonen for help. Oh, you definitely found the right person. Shilonen
Big
isn't
sister.
the kind of person who gets distracted easily by crying. She pays attention when someone's talking and doesn't miss a beat.
And it was because of your help that I was able to pick up on the details. Without you, it would have been extremely difficult for her to communicate that she needed help.
Aww.
Tlisoli would certainly be more on guard if I tried to speak with her, and would probably have just kept Nepeka locked up in a room again.
So we had a part to play too! But where did Tlisoli even get the confidence to try this scheme? When Nechka was alive, surely many tribe members would have tried to help her. Was she not scared that someone would realize that Nepeka wasn't Nechka?
She must have been using the Bladegen inscriptions for a very long time.
That's certainly a possibility. The inscription she created would not only collect information related to Nechka's past, but also actively erase people's memories of Nechka. It's similar to graffiti. If you want to paint something new on a wall that has been painted before, then first you must remove the old painting.
Alright.
It's possible that I was also one of her targets, which would explain why she was so willing to let me have the central inscription.
Whoa, and you still took it? If it were Paimon, she would have thrown that thing away the first chance she had!
Well, you didn't know it was a bad thing yet.
Well, you can uncover the truth without taking some risks, right? If I hadn't disassembled the inscription myself, I would have never realized her actual motives.
So you suspected her from the very beginning?
Oh, no, she's my auntie after all. How could I have seen her as a villain from the start? The most I did was keep the possibility and a corresponding plan in mind, and it was just our luck that the worst case scenario actually happened.
That sucks.
But now that I look back on it, we still managed to rescue a suffering child, even if that wasn't our original intention.
Woo!
Anyway, I think we've just about summarized everything and praised each other enough by now. Everything is finally over, and Nepeka can finally be herself.
So, what should I do now, Shilonen?
You should do whatever you like, of course. No one's going to lock you up anymore.
She's still a child. We will not make
But
her an adventure.
I don't know what I can do. Everything I know is about Nechka. What she'd like to eat, which flowers she enjoyed, how she acted and spoke.
Well, that's a journey you need to find.
I'm not her, but I can only be like her. I don't know, Shilonen. I just
It's
don't
gonna be hard.
know.
Oh, don't worry, Nepeka. The Blaze Gem inscription isn't working anymore. No one will force you to be somebody else again.
But I no longer remember anything about myself now besides my name. What if I never remember my life and lose all of my past?
Then make a new future.
I'm scared, Shilonen.
Make a new future!
What should I do?
Oh, don't cry, Nepeka. Here, take this. I took some ore from Tlisoli's collection and made this as a mold.
A Blaze Gem inscription! You can make them too?
Why shouldn't she be able to?
Oh, of course not. It's just a pretty piece of stone. Take it. I've engraved your name, Nepeka, on the top.
When did you have time for that?
This is your first blessing, the one you received from a pair of people who loved you with all their hearts. It has always protected you and stood over you. For all of past, present, and future, it's never strayed far.
But I don't even remember the names of my parents. I don't remember anything.
I won't make any big promises and say everything will return to normal. I'm not sure what kind of future you will face. I can only promise that no matter what the future holds, your name will never fade. This is a blessing given to you by a name engraver. You'll continue to grow and mature as a sapling sprouts upward and becomes a healthy tree, or as birds spread their wings to fly high into the sky. Your name is your starting point, as well as your guide. Remember your name and everything you've experienced, and you'll know how to step into your future.
I'll do my best. You can do it, Nepeka!
We'll always be with you,
Thank
except
you
when we're
all.
not, because we're travelers.
Shalonen, Paimon, and Miss Traveler.
If you really can't come up with what to do, don't worry. Just relax and take it easy. We're from the same tribe after all. If nothing else works, I can always go to the elders and look up your history. And until then, you can stay at my workshop. I can handle another mouth to feed.
So you do have a backup plan.
I don't know if the plan will work.
Also, will she
I'm not
survive?
even sure who I should look for.
Will she start probably putting things in order for you?
Well, rather than placing our hopes on a plan that relies so heavily on luck, we should just focus on ourselves.
Okay.
Well, anyway, enough about all that for now. Let me take Tlasoli back to the tribe first. Oh, come with me, Nepeka. Oh, gosh. I nearly forgot that we haven't even had dinner yet. What would you like to eat?
Huh? Oh, anything. I'm not picky.
Oh, good. Let's go. We have a lot of work to do. We have a very busy future ahead of us.
Big sister.
Oh, and, one more thing. Happy birthday, Nepeka.
No. I think I have all the pieces to that now. Something. No, I don't. How am I doing on that? Again the next day. Ba ba ba. I've been too lazy about that one. Isn't there something about... Wrong thing, wrong thing! This counts as the next day, I hope. Well, it does say tomorrow, so I guess it counts as the next day. Oh, the way over here. Oh, the way over here? Did not mean
Let's
to hit
nip
that
that
button.
in the bud.
No, I guess it doesn't count yet. Cool. Ba, 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 ba.
Oh, you're here. Everything's been taken care of now. I was just about to go have a rest.
What about the woman? Will she be punished?
Well, the tribe is still discussing that. I mean, not many have ever used ancient names to commit a crime. Pakal will have a lot on his plate.
Good thing you don't have to worry
What
about
I
that.
do know is that Tlisoli's workshop will be closed permanently, and any remaining incomplete Blaze Gem inscriptions will be completely destroyed.
That's good.
And as for the completed Blaze Gem inscriptions, I'll be handling them, which, whew, yeah, yet another hassle to deal with. Anyway, at least her ancient name is fine. Otherwise, we'd have a real mess on our hands. Oh, and speaking of ancient names, I actually have some good news. The memories that were absorbed by the Blaze Gem inscriptions can be restored to their owners.
Nice.
Now, once all the Blaze Gem inscriptions stop working, the memories will return to their respective owners.
So everyone's memories of Nietzsche.
Yeah, that's right. Huh. Wait, now that I think about it, in her attempt to get Nietzsche to come back, Auntie made the entire tribe forget about her.
Which sucks.
Now, Nietzsche really is gone, but everyone is about to remember her. Phew, what a bizarre turn of events.
How's Napicha doing?
She's resting in my workshop. I contacted others from the tribe and told them about my plan to conduct an official investigation into her history. The tribe hasn't responded yet, so I'm planning to take her in for now and teach her some crafting skills. But
Aww.
that's for another time. For now, she should just rest and sleep. After all, she's got a busy future ahead of her.
Yep. Serenity of Surprise complete. Cool. So it did change now. Okay. Glittering gemstones. It's a supply notice for... There we go. Might as well. I guess it has to be all the ones that are... with max, okay. We'll do that later. Don't I need that for leveling up my little... My little, she's probably, if I ever see... If she ever existed in real life, she'd be taller than me. Yep. Just enough to get her level 70. All right.
Failure is just a step on the path to glory.
Failure. Okay. Sir. I will be right back. And then we're going to start the Emily quest, by the way. But be right back. Tanari is in this quest too, so we get Foxboy out of this. Foxboy. That's a name. Floral Debt, Blood Dew. Ah. Where do I go? Port Ormos. So we are in... I was only thinking like later on other thing, but cool. Gonna switch out back to having Kazuha in my group. Was it that emotional? I'll be finishing up tomorrow. Oh, I am talking to Tanari. Or was it that stressful? Okay. Well, I'll be finishing it tomorrow, so,
All right, let's head off.
you know what I'm feeling like for a combo? Not sure why. Totally not sure why.
If you... I thought I told him to spray it with water to retain moisture before applying the film. You can't treat a glaze lily like a cactus. If Sanjay does this again, the loss will have to come out of his food expenses.
I'll go talk to him. At this rate, he won't even be able to afford eating cacti for much longer.
Hey, Tainari!
Oh, it's you two. It's been a while. What brings you to Port Ormos?
A quest?
We didn't have anything to do, and this place looked pretty lively, so we decided to stop by. But,
How come we know if it was
what's
lively
all
if
the
we didn't...
flowers around here?
If we weren't here?
Well, Port Ormos is currently organizing a flower exhibition featuring flowers and plants from all over Teyvat, so I came to help out.
Nice.
The exhibition includes flowers from every corner of the world, each with their own unique properties and needs.
This was
With that
before,
in mind, the
Natlan
curator
was.
commissioned a flower pot from Kasharawar capable of retaining heat and moisture. Even so, an expert is still required to develop tailored transportation and care plans for each type of flower.
Nice.
Oh, and that expert is you, right?
Oh, definitely.
Not this time, no.
Oh, damn.
I'm just here to help out. The expert in charge is someone else.
Emily?
Mr. Tainari! Sanjay! He confused the poisonous bulbs with garlic shoots, and he ate them!
I just...
Never mind. Forget about what I said about the food expenses. Apologies, traveler, Paimon. Looks like I've got something to take care of. I'll be back in just a moment.
Get him to throw it up.
Tainari's busy no matter where he is, huh?
I mean, he is the mother hen. Too many people are careless about what they eat.
Seems like it. Hey, don't look at Paimon like that! Paimon is super careful about what she eats!
Yeah, I had to pay for it.
Looks like Tainari might be busy for a while. Let's take a look around the port in the meantime!
Making sure. Yep, I have all the sound stuff. Talk to Susan. Walk around nearby.
Wow, look at these flowers! They smell so...
Flowery. You're gonna sneeze. I was about to say.
Huh?
Hot. Hot. Something wrong? Paimon's allergic.
She's just got a little...
Pollen.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilia's? No wonder.
It's getting worse.
They should be near each other. Should we go find Tanari?
But, I was fine just a moment ago. She didn't even eat anything weird.
Good voice
A
actor.
moment of your time, you two? If it's not too much trouble,
Hot.
perhaps you
Hot.
could try this incense.
You know, I tried to get her and she didn't come home.
delicate scents. Oh, the scent is so nice. Wait!
You can talk normally now. Is it Vic's favor rub?
Paimon doesn't have to sneeze anymore.
It must be the incense. Thank you.
Think nothing of it. From your attire, I imagine you two aren't from Sumeru either.
From your attire, we definitely know you aren't either.
Seeing as we're both travelers from abroad, it's only right that we help each other out should the occasion arise.
Oh, so you're here for the flower exhibition too?
I suppose that's accurate. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Emily, a perfumer from Fontaine.
Paimon is Paimon. Thank you so much for your help just now. Oh, and this is...
The Traveler, right? I've heard a lot about you from the Steambird. It's nice to finally put a face to the name.
Same, because you've been mentioned a few times with our friends too. Although I didn't expect... Well, I've heard a lot about you as well.
What happened back there? Why did Paimon start sneezing all of a sudden?
Have you ever heard of hay fever?
But I don't know much about it.
Simply, when inhaled, certain pollens can trigger abnormal physical reactions.
Yep.
But Paimon has seen these kinds of flowers before and nothing weird happened then.
Because they're all together.
Well, we're all different. The factors that can trigger a reaction to certain stimuli vary by person. In isolation, the effects of certain pollens may seem minimal, but inhaling various types at once can trigger a more overt reaction. But there's no need to worry. Pollen allergies can be effectively mitigated with the use of medication.
Oh, well, that's good.
Unless you're allergic to the medication.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Is everything all right? I left in such a hurry, I forgot to warn you about all the pollen in the air.
Yeah, Paimon was not having a good
Emily?
time.
Ah, what a coincidence. Looks like my worry was misplaced then. The Traveler and Paimon are in good hands.
It was nothing, really. We happened to run into each other shortly after my arrival, and I offered them a bit of help, that's all. I'm more curious as to why you thought the Traveler and Paimon were in danger. Allergies are highly unpredictable. If you were concerned the pollen might trigger a reaction, that must mean something similar has happened in the past.
I mean, I did, yeah. Something like that.
Remember the first time we met? You fainted after inhaling Spirit Borneal.
That was an allergic reaction?
Spirit Borneal didn't affect Paimon at all, and now she's the one suffering. It makes no sense.
Carry me everywhere, Tanari.
It's not really something you can make sense out of, Paimon. There are all kinds of allergies out there, caused by a variety of different factors. Some people are even allergic to almonds. It's not something you can generalize.
Yep.
Exactly. I even encountered a case in Fontaine where someone had an allergic reaction to soba noodles their family brought back from Inazuma.
Yep.
Whoa. Good thing Paimon isn't allergic to anything delicious.
Well, if I've heard everything about Emily, how do I know that she's asking about Doctor?
In a manner of speaking, although you could say the patients I deal with are rather
cleaning up crime
unusual.
scenes. Cleaning up crime scenes.
In addition to medicine, Emily is also very knowledgeable about botany. She's taught me a lot about the native flora around Fontaine.
And that's where my
Nerds getting
expertise
together.
ends, I'm afraid. When it comes to breadth of knowledge, Tainari certainly comes out on top.
A flower expert?
He can top me anytime.
Paimon's got it! You must be the expert Tainari mentioned, the one in charge of the exhibition!
Wrong again, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Well, I did come for the exhibition, but only to inquire about the Auguste variety. I'm not involved in any official capacity.
Huh?
Oh, Paimon was sure she got it right this time.
The Auguste variety?
It's
What's
a
that?
kind of flower that was once popular in Fontaine. The perfume made from it also bears the same name, Auguste.
Auguste, huh? That's not a name you hear often nowadays.
I mean, I'm not going to go there.
In an ancient language, the word is said to mean sacred or noble. It's sometimes used as a name for people as well.
Hi, nephew August. How are you doing?
Ah, that reminds me. Are you familiar with a historical event in Fontaine known as Perfume Mania?
Is it kind of like the tulip mania that happened?
Mania was an event that occurred in Fontaine nearly 20 years ago.
So that's not any time I was here.
It all started when several merchants released their own lines of high-end, expensive perfumes, marketing them as must-have luxury products, the very symbol of elegance itself.
iPhones.
No one anticipated the absolute frenzy this would create on the market, causing the price of perfumes to skyrocket.
Oh, kind of like Beaver,
The
what you
demand
call
was
it.
twofold. What some saw as a status symbol, most saw as a money-making opportunity.
Beaver Musk or whatever.
You could take advantage of the soaring price by hoarding them and reselling at even higher margins. The value of these products became so inflated, regular bottles of perfume were even going for hundreds of thousands of mora. This resulted in countless disputes and scams.
I'm betting that a lot of them ended up
But
in
at the
Mirror
end of the
Period.
day, perfume is just perfume. The market value greatly exceeded the intrinsic worth of the product, creating an economic bubble that was never going to last. Luckily, the Palais Mermonia recognized the danger and intervened before the craze could truly spread. Many profiteers and scammers were thrown in jail as a result.
Good thing I was...
In the end, only a few wealthy families were affected when the bubble popped.
That's good. It could have been a
What
lot
does all this
worse.
have to do with that Auguste you mentioned earlier?
Well, during the craze, the most popular perfume was none other than Auguste. The demand far exceeded the supply, to the point where it once sold for 10 million mora a bottle.
10
Damn.
million? Then what about now?
Hey, calm down, Paimon.
After the mania ended, most perfumes returned to a normal price. Auguste was the only exception.
That's because the flower used
Its
for it was gone.
namesake, the flower used to create it, went extinct. As a result, no new bottles of Auguste have been made, and the value of the perfume remains exceedingly high.
Went to extinct?
Indeed. The Auguste flower was not a natural variety, you see. It was specially cultivated for use in perfume making. When the bubble popped, all the flower beds used for its cultivation were destroyed in a fire.
That feels like
The
somebody said
variety
it.
has never been seen since.
But didn't you say you came to the exhibition to look for it?
Ah, yes. I came to investigate a certain rumor that the Auguste flower has reappeared in Sumeru. It's causing quite the stir in the Fontaine perfume market.
Fun.
Traveler, we should help Emily look for it.
There's no easy way that's
I
that
have
easy
to
to find.
agree. Emily wrote me to ask if I could look into the rumor, but the forest rangers haven't received any reports of new plant species recently.
Even if I can locate the flower, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Paimon. I don't have any grand Mora-making endeavors planned.
Most likely, you know, to save. Paimon?
Divine, noble, one of a kind. All beautiful sentiments, to be sure, but to me, they overshadow the very essence of the product. When it comes to perfume, I want people to forget the price and the prestige, and focus on the beauty of the fragrance itself.
Wow, so noble.
I know.
Of course, there's also a more practical reason. In recent years, low-grade counterfeit versions of Auguste have been popping up on the Fontaine perfume market.
Yeah, but it...
Every so often, someone will claim to have recreated the unique scent of Auguste, and the rumor mill will start comparing the counterfeits to my own work.
Okay, that's more like the reason Paimon had in mind.
Ever since that rumor started, 3 new perfumes claiming to be made from the Auguste flower have appeared on the market. If I can dispel the fanaticism surrounding Auguste, even just by proving the rumor to be false, Fontaine's perfume market can finally start to get back to normal. Then I'll be free from all the stories and added meaning and just focus on making what I like.
That makes sense.
We can still help you
I
out.
would of course be grateful for your help, but I wouldn't want to trouble you.
I'm here.
Well, you said it yourself. We're both travelers from abroad, so it's only right that we help each other out.
Yeah, and we don't know when
I
not to
suppose
get
you're
involved.
right. Then you have my thanks.
Based on the information I have so far, it's unclear if the rumor is true. Mr. Edgar also thinks it's too early to say, but you could always go talk to him. He was there all those years ago, after all. Maybe he'll know something.
Is that the person doing
I was
this?
just about to pay him a visit at the hotel.
Edgar? Who's that?
The actual Ev?
The person you've been trying to guess this whole time. The flower expert in charge of the exhibition. He's also the most respected and experienced perfumer
Yeah.
in the area. Back when he was still working in Fontaine, Auguste was his creation.
I should also mention, he was my teacher, the one who taught me the basics of perfumery when I apprenticed in Sumeru.
That's sweet.
So this guy was a famous perfumer in Fontaine, but then he came to Sumeru to teach people from Fontaine? It sounds confusing.
Nor both places.
It's a long story. If you're interested, we can talk more about it when we see him.
You know, he could be there not just to teach people from Fontaine, but also, you know, to teach people from Sumeru because it is an academia. Oh, it's up. It is up. Will you take me up? Is this a lift? Yes, it is a lift! Woo! Fab! Fab! I do gaming well. I'm amazing. Like and subscribe. I'm a great gamer.
Oh, look at all the flowers!
Apparently, the exhibitor paid a large sum to rent out the hotel and surrounding buildings. They're being used as temporary storage facilities and lodging for exhibition personnel.
It's kind of, I guess, after doing content warning, just kind of slipping out.
Yeah, what if guests come early? They won't have anywhere to stay. Also, renting out this big of a hotel, how are they gonna make that more back?
Seems like they might have money to burn. Yeah, yeah. I was saying from the Angosta.
I almost didn't recognize you, Edgar.
Well, you and your brother haven't changed a bit.
Oh, yeah, all this catching up is nice and all, but let's get down to business. We need to talk about Kyria. Is he...
lying?
Hold on, we have guests.
It's nice to see you again, Master.
Emily?
I'll
Is
be your
that
master.
You? Oh, it's been years. Look at you. You're all grown up.
I know! Look at her!
I've heard you've become quite the famous perfumer in Fontaine. It would seem the student has surpassed the master.
Yeah, except we're not here to murder you like Darth Vader was to Obi-Wan.
Oh, well, it's all thanks to your mentorship.
Ah, hardly. I taught you the basics. Hearing you call me master, well, I'm not sure I'm deserving of that title. I've taught many students here in Sumeru over the years, but I've yet to see one turn out quite as accomplished as you. And who are these two? I don't recall you mentioning them in your letter.
We get involved when we aren't asked.
Ah, they're my new friends, the Traveler and Paimon.
Hope you sleep well, Wolfie. Well, ADHD hit. I plan on that probably the raid being the first thing I do, because, you know, it's Sunday and everybody's not going to be doing that much. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Edgar.
Emily's friends. Well then, the pleasure is all mine.
And these two gentlemen? Are they friends of yours, Master?
Yes.
Of course. We're perfume merchants from Fontaine.
Uh-huh.
I'm Oud, and this here is my younger brother, Blaze. Edgar and the two
Blaze
of
it
us
up.
are old friends. Isn't that right, gentlemen?
Yeah. Friends.
Yes.
I don't believe any of you.
Merchant brothers?
You must be here to look for the August flower then.
Huh? Well, what respectable perfume merchant hasn't heard of a goose? Anyone in the business would be interested in the rumors.
I'm guessing you're here for the same reason, Emily. We were just about to get into it, so you three might as well join in. I commissioned a few eremites to do some scouting for me. They searched all over Sumeru, but there were no sightings of the August flower.
Augusto.
That being said, there are people in Port Ormos who claim to have smelled a unique fragrance on the streets. Definitely floral, but still distinct.
No.
Some of them were merchants who lived in Fontaine 20 years ago. According to them, the fragrance smelled exactly like the Auguste they remember from back then.
Could be a different flower.
A one-of-a-kind, divine, and noble scent.
Uh-huh.
Maybe someone around here just happens to have a bottle of Auguste from back then.
No, I don't think so. I doubt that's the case. Even if someone had a bottle that was never opened, the fragrance of the perfume would have changed over time. Very few perfumes can go decades without a change in scent. Auguste is even more prone to that kind of shift. Only a few bottles still exist in Fontaine, and their scent would have completely degraded by now. Although, could there be a flower out there with a similar fragrance? Or in accord with the same base notes?
Yeah.
Impossible! If Auguste were that easy to replicate, it would never have sold for such a high price all those years ago. The Auguste flower is back. It has to be.
Okay.
Technically speaking, the scent wouldn't be impossible to imitate.
Well, let's table that question for now. Edgar, did any of those people mention where the scent was coming from?
No. By the time they realized they had smelled something, the scent was already gone. If I hadn't asked about it, they probably wouldn't have given the experience a second thought.
Huh.
Compared to things we see and hear, smells can be much easier to overlook.
But also they can very connected to memories, so.
It almost sounds like someone wearing the Auguste fragrance passed them on the street.
Wait, are you saying...
Just thinking out loud. Don't pay me any mind.
Uh-huh.
We don't have much to go off of right now, but we can't rule out that possibility. I'll send some more people to investigate.
I just realized how high up their voice is. Okay.
You all traveled so far to be here. Why don't you rest in the hotel for a bit? Oud, Blaze, this is the key to your room.
Ooh, you've got the keys to the rooms? Do we get free lodging too?
We have a teapot!
My apologies. All the rooms in the hotel are accounted for, I'm afraid. Most are being used for storage ahead of the exhibition, you see. I managed to tidy up one of the rooms for these two at the last minute, but by the time Emily wrote to me, there was no more space left for her to stay.
Oh, and we just showed up out of the blue. Guess that means there's definitely no space for us.
I should have been more considerate. Here I am with an entire hotel at my disposal and no place to offer you to stay, even after you made the trip all the way to Sumeru.
Don't worry, Master. I can sleep on the boat tonight, or I could even camp in the wild. It would give me the opportunity to collect some plant specimens while I'm here in Sumeru.
I'm familiar with the Sumeru wilderness.
Although, would it be possible for me to leave some of my luggage here? It would be rather cumbersome to take it camping. It shouldn't take up too much space.
Well, about that.
Seems like Eggers don't want anyone to stay near the hotel, but they're also trying not to arouse suspicion. Am I not imagining things, am I?
Of course, no trouble at all. My brother and I will keep an eye on them for you, as long as you don't mind, mademoiselle.
All right, then. Oud, why don't you take Emily inside and find a suitable place for her luggage? I'll prepare some refreshments and join you in a bit.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry I couldn't offer you a room.
It's all right, Master. I know it was sudden.
I'll be sure to make it up to you with a nice cup of tea.
Sounds good.
Whoa, the smell of flowers is so strong. Didn't Edgar say he tidied up around here? There's still so many flowers. Hyman took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers. Looks like this exhibition is gonna be huge.
Do all the perfumers have houses filled with flowers?
No, that's a florist thing.
Usually it's not their house
We
either.
work closely with the essential oils of various plants. But to maintain a sharp sense of smell, most perfumers prefer to keep their homes free of strong odors.
Oh, guess there's just too much to store for the exhibition then.
What's behind this door?
Oh, this room seems to be a connected suite, and my brother will be staying on the other side of the suite.
Okay.
Blaze, while you're out, why don't you bring our luggage over as well?
Could you not sound any more suspicious?
Blaze!
Yes, of course.
All right then. Where can we find your luggage, mademoiselle? Blaze will go fetch it for you.
It's still at the port. In addition to some daily necessities, there's also a case of amber wine that I brought back from Fontaine. Could I trouble you to bring that back as well? It would be the perfect way to repay you for your hospitality.
How generous. I should thank you on my brother's behalf. You've stumbled upon his weakness. He's aloof about most things, but alcohol is his one true love.
Is that so?
Amber wine. Now that's a Fontaine specialty I've never heard of before.
Mr. Oud, Mr. Blaze, thanks for...
Hey! What are you doing?
That's Master's
Keep moaning.
voice.
Quick, let's see what's going on. The rest of the detect a unique fragrance coming from outside.
Edgar!
Master!
Hey, Edgar. Are you all right? Can you hear me?
Who did this?
Kyria. August.
He's fine.
Kyria.
He's fine. Everything's fine.
Hey, Edgar? Edgar!
He's breathing.
No, don't shake him. He's injured. Just leave him to me. You two can...
We'll try to see where the culprit went.
you.
We're Fontaining this.
Skin is flushed, pupils are dilated, but he's still breathing.
That strange smell around here. Is it coming from this bottle?
Only a small amount of liquid is left inside the bottle. Its streaks of residue can be seen on both the mouth and sides of the vessel. It seems someone forcibly poured out what was ever inside the bottle. The liquid in this bottle is...
Really? You think so?
flower bed.
Do you think whoever did this was hiding in the flowers before they attacked Edgar?
There are no footprints in the flower beds, and it doesn't look like any of the branches or leaves have been disturbed. Unless the culprit was your size.
True.
So, I'm gonna try and get, wood out of that.
Do you think whoever did this was hiding?
We already covered this, Paimon. It would be difficult.
I checked. It doesn't look like anyone passed through here.
Oh, but that's impossible. It's not like that kid can just grow some wings and fly away.
That kid?
Oh, the culprit, I mean. It's not like the culprit could have just disappeared into thin air.
We have a name of the culprit.
Well, we looked all over, but the only clue we found was that bottle.
The most important thing we can do now is focus our efforts on treating Master. Can you help me move him inside?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Tootsie. You and Emily carefully moved.
So, how's he doing?
When I administered emergency treatment, I discovered a residue in his nose and mouth. Master was most likely forced to ingest a certain liquid. He's still unconscious, and inducing vomiting could obstruct his airways. We'll have to look into other clues for now.
We found this bottle just now.
Ah, yes. The scent is the same, but the chemical composition is still unclear. We'll have to do further tests to determine if it's the same liquid, and how toxic it is to the human body.
Nerd talk!
But first, I do believe there are two people who could shed some light on the situation. Mr. Sylvain, Mr. Lucian.
Wait, you know... Hey! Were you talking to us, mademoiselle? I'm afraid we'd never heard of those names before.
Uh-huh.
Before arriving in Sumeru, I asked a friend from the Special Patrol to look into the creators of Auguste. There were 4 people in total. The perfumer, Edgar, the one thrust into the limelight, and 3 others.
And one of them's the Kiri one.
A researcher from Sumeru responsible for cultivating the Auguste flower, and 2 merchant brothers responsible for promoting the product on the market. The 2 brothers capitalized on the mythos surrounding Auguste. Their actions lured in numerous speculators and profiteers, inflating the price of Auguste even further. In the end, they were sent to the Fortress of Meripede for falsifying their accounts and destabilizing the market. If you do the math, they should be out of prison by now.
I could go talk to Risley.
And what does that have to do with us? There are countless merchant families in Fontaine. You gonna accuse them of being criminals too?
Every time your brother called you Blaze, it took you several seconds to respond. But when I called you Lucian just now, the name registered immediately.
Miss Emily, out of respect for your position as a famous perfumer in Fontaine, I'm inclined to believe that was simply a poor attempt at humor. You have a bright future ahead of you. You wouldn't want to develop a reputation as someone who throws around false accusations, especially among merchant circles.
You claim to be regular perfume merchants, and yet, when I brought up amber wine, you took it to be alcohol.
What?
Amber wine is a perfume I created several years ago. It wasn't particularly renowned, but I'm certain any respectable perfume merchant in Fontaine would know of it.
I mean, some perfume has alcohol in it.
Unless, until recently, they were living somewhere completely cut off from the perfume world. Somewhere like the Fortress of Meripede, perhaps?
Emily, you little...
Don't even think about it. Have I upgraded my sword? No.
Don't misunderstand, Mr. Sylvain. I don't bring this up to criticize you. No matter what happened all those years ago, the court has already passed its judgment. But Master's life is in danger. We need to learn whatever we can about the person who has done this. If Master's attack had something to do with Auguste, I would imagine the 2 of you might also be in danger. So I'd like to trouble you for some information, if I may. Tell me about Kyria.
Kyria.
Fine. As you wish.
She's been wishing it for a while.
Sylvain!
Lucian, if this will help us find Kyria, then it will be all worth it. Besides, we've already told most of the stuff to the Maison Orally anyway. You were right, Miss Emily. There were 4 of us at the beginning. Myself, Lucian, Edgar, and a researcher from Sumeru in charge of flower cultivation, Vtuber. Sometime down the road, the Marechaussee Phantom came knocking, saddled us with a list of accusations, and started looking into our books. They did their meddling, and my brother Edgar and I were forced to serve time in the fortress as a result.
Sounds like he's still upset about that. Wait, then how did Edgar end up in Sumeru?
Master was convicted as an accomplice, so he only had to serve a few years. He decided to move to Sumeru so that he could put those events behind him. Still, Master was depressed for a long time after that. He stopped making new perfumes and focused on introducing students to the craft instead. That's how I met him. My parents had to relocate to Sumeru for work when I was a child, so I had the chance to study under him for a little while.
Oh, that's sweet.
But we can talk about that some other time. I want to hear more about this researcher, Vtuber.
Like us, Vtuber was also staring down an investigation from the Marechaussee Phantom. But before the Phantom showed up at her door, she set all the flower beds on fire, along with much of the mora we managed to earn. All the Auguste flowers, everything we worked to create, was reduced to nothing but a pile of ash.
I don't think mora can be... Being that it's made from the blood of Morax can be put to
But
flame, but okay.
Destroying all that evidence, wouldn't that make things worse for her?
It didn't matter at that point, because she died in the fire as well.
What?
Sounds like you did an investigation of your own. Why even ask us if you knew all of this already?
Kira's.
The name wasn't mentioned in any of the files I reviewed either, but you two seem quite familiar with him.
Ha 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 ha.
Kiria was Vjava's younger brother. He was just a clueless kid back then. Somewhere in his teens, I think. He helped his sister with her work sometimes, but that was pretty much it. He didn't have any idea what we were doing.
You sure on that?
Vjava kept him close most of the time. The three of us were probably the only ones who even knew she had a brother. After our operation was compromised, he disappeared. There were no signs of him until recently, when people started saying the Auguste flower had reappeared in Sumeru.
I don't like it's Auguste.
So, you think Kiria took something with him back then?
It's still a guess.
Something that allowed him to reproduce the Auguste flower?
Vjava doted on the kid like you wouldn't believe. She even told us to give her cut to her brother if anything happened to her. If she left something behind before she died, believe me, Kiria's the one that has it.
And judging by the liquid in that bottle, the Auguste flower wasn't the only thing he reproduced. He managed to replicate the perfume itself.
So the liquid Edgar was forced to ingest really was Auguste. Wait, does that mean Auguste is poison?
Poison? No. Of course not. No perfume is meant to be ingested. Even small amounts can be dangerous, let alone ingesting a whole bottle at once. If Auguste could be considered a poison, we wouldn't have even sold half a bottle back then. Edgar fell unconscious because Kiria forced him to drink perfume.
So
it just happened to be Auguste.
Can we get him to throw up to get it out of his system? Strange. Savan seems nervous. Why did attack Edgar?
He probably thought we had something to do with his sister's death. But to tell you the truth, I have no idea why she did all that.
Are you sure she's dead? Because this sounds like a Fontaine
We're
plot.
not looking for Kiria because we have it out for him. We just wanted to see how he was doing. And, if possible, work together to bring back Auguste. We only went to prison for a bit of fraud and market manipulation.
A bit.
It had nothing to do with the product itself. As long as we keep things honest this time around, bringing the product back to market would almost be like honoring his sister's memory.
And get you rich.
So that's why you never mentioned Kiria during your interrogation?
Yes, exactly. We were just looking out for the kid.
Or he had nothing to do with any of that.
Anyway, that's all we know. If you're looking for information on what's in Auguste, or what to do if you ingest it, there are only two people to ask. Edgar or Kiria himself.
Or Tanari.
Well, at least we're able to say for certain that the substance Edgar ingested was in fact Auguste. That gives us a direction for further testing. Well then, I'd say that was a very enlightening discussion.
Well, glad to hear it. Lucian, let's head back to the room and rest a bit. With everything that's happened, there are things that need reconsidering.
Yes, of course.
They're still hiding something.
You think so too? That does seem to be the case. Pity we don't have more evidence.
Oh, we'll get it eventually.
But based on Sylvain's tone of voice just now, I suspect further questioning will only result in more made-up answers.
The way you exposed them like that, just based on a hunch, that was genius!
Are you really just a perfumer who looks after people in your spare time? She's a crime scene
Right.
I mean, cleanup
Earlier
person.
You said you were only sort of a doctor, and that your patients were unusual.
Cleaning up crime scenes.
Oh yes, that's because most of the patients I encounter are already dead.
So you're a forensic doctor?
Close. I'm actually a forensic cleaner. Once the forensic team and the Marochisei Phantom are done collecting evidence from the scene, I'm in charge of clearing away the final traces my patients leave on the world. In fact, with just a small alteration to the formula, the same tincture used as the base of perfume can also be made into a cleaning agent. Basically, there are two sides to forensics. Those who collect evidence to expose the truth, and those who clean up the smells, bloodstains, and other substances left behind at the scene.
Other substance.
I've learned a lot in my line of work, and I've witnessed a lot of death. But this time, we may still save the patient.
I love her shoes.
Actually, Traveler, could I trouble you to report back to Tainari and the officers at Port Ormos? We should update them on the situation.
Will do.
I'll stay here and continue to look after Master. Now that we have a sample of Auguste, I'm hoping further analysis won't be too difficult.
Are we gonna also get, you know, Sino involved, maybe?
Master looks a lot older than when I last saw him. I just hope he can hold on.
It's only a small amount of liquid, according to Savian, the famous perfume. Though it occurs to me, if he murders Edgar, would it still be tried? It should still be tried in Sumeru, but will they?
Whoa, why the rush? Did something happen?
Yes. You explain everything.
What? Edgar was attacked? He's the most famous perfumer in the region. Someone who's helped countless people around Port Ormos. How could this happen?
I wonder.
Sheriff, have you received any reports of a suspicious individual fleeing through the bazaar?
No, but we've got eyes all over the area. I'm sure someone's seen Kiria. I'll start gathering my forces. We won't let him get away.
Cool.
What about you, Tainari? Do you have a plan?
I'm sure the sheriff can handle things over at the scene, and I doubt Emily needs my help looking after Mr. Edgar.
But she said she's not a real doctor.
Then she was far too modest. She may not be a doctor by trade, but she has a deeper understanding of human anatomy and pharmacology than most scholars from the Amorta Darshan.
Oh, wow.
Not to mention the fact that Mr. Edgar's condition is related to perfume. Emily is certainly in the best position to help him. As for me, I'll head to the academia and see what I can learn about Vjava and Kiria.
Okay.
Oh, that's right! Vjava was supposed to be a scholar from Sumeru. Do you recognize the name?
From Emily's letter, certainly, but that was the first time I'd heard of it. The academia produces a lot of scholars, and there are plenty of graduates who choose to pursue a career outside their darshan. I didn't have time to look into it earlier, but now it seems like Vjava's past could be critical to getting to the bottom of what happened to Mr. Edgar.
I wonder if academia has yet
I have
found
friends in Sumeru City that can help me investigate. With any luck, we'll have news to share by tomorrow. I'll leave you and Emily to watch over things here in Port Ormos.
Wait, 7 to 11.
I thought Sumeru would be different, but nope.
Alright. Siavin.
Well, it's been a day. Wonder if Tainari's discovered anything. But things weren't looking good with Emily's master yesterday. We should check on things at the hotel first.
Yeah. Bum, bum, ba, ba, ba. Bum, 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 bum. By the way, Saito's position would not usually have him involved in this. So, just throwing that out there. If we're thinking Saito's going to be in this mission. Probably not. Because this is usually...
Emily!
How's Edgar?
No longer in critical condition, thankfully. He's still very weak, but with a bit more rest, he should regain consciousness soon.
His is, I would say, misuse of academia stuff.
My chemical analysis
breaking
of
the
the
rules.
goose also went smoothly, although it certainly raised some questions.
Questions?
I was able to identify the components that give the substance its fragrance, but I also noticed an abnormal trace of elemental energy in the sample.
Oh.
Elemental energy?
Could it would that have an effect on the body?
Hard to say. It was such a minute amount, proportionally speaking, like mixing a single drop of perfume into the ocean. I had to use one of the newest tests developed in recent years to even detect the traces present in the sample.
Nice.
Unless you were abnormally sensitive to elemental energy, I doubt it would have any effect, even if you use the product every day for 10 years.
Huh.
As for whether Master's condition was caused by the elemental energy present in the sample or some other component of the perfume, it's still too early to say.
Damn.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. Did Tighnari come and find you? Maybe we could ask him to take a look.
I received a message from him last night, but I haven't heard anything since. The message said he was looking into some information at the academia.
Yeah, the person.
Paimon thought he might have stopped by to see you first. Excuse me? Is Miss Emily here?
Kai! Kai!
Oh, perfect! Familiar faces! Traveler, Paimon, you're here too!
Sweetie's here!
Kale. Ah, of course. Tighnari's apprentice. He's mentioned you many times. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
He's a sweet little
And
girl.
please,
Well, not
no
little,
need
little,
for
but
formalities. Emily is
teenager, I guess.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you too, Miss, Emily.
He's trying to get into
Tighnari
academia.
sent you here, Kale?
Yes.
Yep. Master and the others went through decades worth of records last night, and still haven't had a chance to rest. I'm fast on my feet, so it only made sense for me to come and give you an update. Anyway, based on what they've reviewed so far, they believe there's no indication that a researcher by the name of Vtuber ever passed through the academia.
Could it have been an
Master
alias?
considered that possibility as well, but the name wasn't the only dead end. Master tried to track down people with a similar research direction or background, but also couldn't find a match. How is that possible?
Maybe your identity as a researcher from Sumeru.
It's starting to seem very likely. If we want to figure out her true identity, I'm afraid another conversation with those two merchants might be our only...
Tie them down.
Hey,
Oh no.
Lucian!
That voice, it's...
Sylvain! Wait, you don't think Kirio came back, do you?
Oh no, of course not.
That seems impossible. If someone came in or out of the hotel just now, we would have seen them.
Let's go inside and check. Could have, like, spiked something of theirs. Blood dew. No wonder the blood dew. Also, the first
locked?
base note, middle note, those are what you do with for perfume, by the way. The reason why I only know that is because some of her talking lines that I listened to on... Because I didn't get the character, but I mean, if interesting facts, I think is what she said. I'll try and break it open. Oh, when it said the talk about what perfume would be good for...
Lucian! Lucian! Come on!
Or was that
Wake up!
the dragon lady from... Honkai, because she talks about perfume too. Oh, my timing on that. No, shame. Is he going to be okay?
Emily, my brother, he's gonna be okay, right? He's just unconscious. Like what happened to Edgar.
We can't save him. Tell me everything you know.
Mr. Sylvain, but we were too late this time.
No, shame.
Oh, no, that's not possible.
Traveler, Kale, Mr. Sylvain has gone through a huge shock.
Oh, really?
He needs some space to calm down. Could one of you take him next door? It's not good for him to look at his brother's body like this.
Calm as ever.
Of course. Leave it to me.
I'll notify the
Thank
sheriff.
you both. Mr. Sylvain, let's get you up. Here, take my hand. Nice and slow. We'll take things from here. Just focus on getting some rest. Here, this way.
Somebody needs to have a guard on him, too. Are you gonna go
Poor
notify?
guy. He's like a shell of his former self.
I mean, he hasn't had time to process
May
it,
have
really.
made some bad decisions in life, but right now, Paimon can't help but feel sorry for him.
Good person or bad, the death of a loved one is equally painful. All the moments he shared with his brother, every hardship and triumph they endured together, are now memories he has to carry alone.
Well, I mean, Irma's cell still exists. Maybe that's what...
If Kyria really was behind this, then what exactly did he do to Lucian?
Lucian can no longer speak, but the traces left behind by his death most certainly can.
You're gonna forensic
Traveler,
it?
I've got things covered here at the scene. I'll leave you to contact the sheriff.
Some time passes and sheriff rushes to the scene.
Who would have thought? Yesterday's case is still up in the air, and now this happens.
I mean...
Miss Emily, I heard you're an experienced forensic doctor. Have you been able to discover anything?
Oh, I'm not actually a forensic doctor. I just happen to have some relevant knowledge.
Modesty.
I did take a look, though. Judging by the temperature and rigidity of the body, it appears
Were you staying in the
time of
same
death
room?
was sometime last night. I'd have to do a more thorough investigation to find out more.
Then, would you mind helping us investigate? Before he left, Tainari said we could trust your judgment if something like this were to happen.
Oh, Tainari was thinking
Of
ahead on that.
course, I appreciate your trust. Many of the traces left behind at the scene will fade with time, so the sooner we investigate, the better.
We'll help too. We don't know much about dead bodies, but you can leave the other clues to us.
What's that behind you? What's that behind you? What's that behind you? Why isn't it affecting us? The corners are filled with flowers from different nations. The fragrance is incredibly strong. The door leads to the hallway. The lock broke when we forced our way in. The door was probably locked last
And the
night.
windows are shut tight too. Seems like the only way to get in would have been through Sylvain's room.
Incense slowly rising in the air. It seems familiar somehow. Could be the same smell as that, or it could be, you know, the kind of bug stuff that Tanari used when we were doing his quest.
To tell you the truth,
Bug
the
repellent.
exhibition has left us quite short-handed. We're lucky to have your help.
Pupils are dilated, skin is flushed. No overt external injuries or signs of a struggle.
This bag is stuffed with clothes and other daily necessities. It's quite heavy. I don't think Emily is the cabinet. The space inside the cabinet is divided into various compartments. It doesn't look like a person could hide in there.
Well, looks like we've investigated as much as we can. Let's go report back to Emily and Shiam.
So, did you find anything?
No. Maybe. Who knows? The only way in would have been through
I can
Sylvain's.
show you. Here, it'd be something like this.
Oh, God.
But entering through the room next door without alerting Sylvain... Wait, you don't think Sylvain could have been the one who...
No, his reaction to the loss of his brother seemed genuine, and he doesn't have a motive.
I mean...
Then what could have happened last night? I know Sylvain is still in shock, but he's our only available witness. We have to take his statement.
I agree. Also, I've made some new discoveries, so we might as well head next door and go through everything together.
Cool. Damn in the body. Cold for some time already. No signs of struggle. Okay. Later, he looks much calmer.
Mr. Sylvain, I need you to tell me everything you and your brother did since yesterday afternoon. Did you see or hear anything strange?
After Kyria attacked Edgar, my brother and I were incredibly careful.
Uh-huh.
We returned to our rooms and decided to lock all the doors leading to the hallway. The only door we kept unlocked was the one connecting our rooms. That way, if we heard any commotion coming from the other room, we could help each other. But I didn't hear any sort of commotion last night. Not a single noise. I woke up this morning, opened the door, and Lucian was...
I'm guessing the incense burner.
No movement from the room next door. No forced entry via Sylvain's room.
Because she said something about the perfume doesn't
No
last
signs
long
of a
and it
struggle
can
at the
slowly degrade.
scene, and no external injury on Lucian's body. What kind of cause of death are we dealing with here?
I did notice a few things about the body. Lucian's pupils were dilated and his skin was flushed, very similar to Master's symptoms after the attack yesterday. There weren't any traces of liquid in his mouth or nose, so it's unlikely he was forced to ingest anything. The more plausible explanation is that he inhaled a substance without knowing it, and I'd say that substance was likely a goose.
A goose? No, that's not possible. Inhaling a goose won't kill you. And anyway, it would have been for just one night.
So you're saying that prolonged exposure is dangerous?
No, that's not what I meant.
Is it?
Emily, you ran your tests, didn't you? Go on. Tell everyone whether you found any poison.
No, I didn't find any common toxins.
Common.
See? A goose is harmless. The market response proved that years ago.
No, you know, we used to use talcum powder or baby powder, and that's dangerous.
That may be true for most people, but not for everyone.
Oh, hi, Master.
Master!
You're up.
Edgar? You're up and about already?
No.
Thanks to Emily, I'm out of the woods for now.
Into the woods, wrong thing.
Sylvain, no matter how hard you may try to hide it, the truth will always come to light.
Unless the CIA or FBI
Edgar.
remove it.
Even if we could keep it a secret for another 10 or 20 years, do you think Kyria would just let us be?
No.
No. He would never give up. Not if he's doing all of this for Yelena.
Go on.
That's Vijava's real name. Yelena wasn't a scholar from Sumeru. She was an exile.
I was
Vtuber
figuring
from Snezhnaya.
both those names are very much not.
Oh, Fatus.
The Fatui. Well, that means the elemental energy present in Auguste was...
Ah, so you've already detected it. Well, Sylvain, looks like there's truly no reason to hide things now.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
The August flower was created with the mutative and
I was
distorting
thinking that.
power
I was about to say
of a delusion.
A delusion?
Yeah.
The Fatui delusions. I never would have thought
So they've
a
had
ghost was hiding this many
delusions for
secrets.
20 years.
Born of a delusion, August contained distorted elemental energy. A prolonged
one of the main
exposure over many years could
Factory.
have a harmful effect on the body.
Duh, because it's a delusion. But, I mean, they had a base in, that's where we met Scaramouche. In, Inazuma.
That's enough, Edgar. I'll take it from here.
Cool.
At first, Yelena wanted to keep refining the perfume and the flower, but no one knew how long the perfume mania was going to last back then.
Hmm.
It didn't have any effect on ordinary people anyway. Every day we postponed going to market was another day of lost earning potential.
Capitalism!
So you decided poisoning people was worth the risk?
Capitalism!
Listen, it's not like it was good for business. But all that talk about a goose being harmful over time, Yelena was just speculating. The impact was practically negligible. Unless you were particularly sensitive to elemental energy or had an entire bottle shoved down your throat like Edgar.
Yeah, talcum powder didn't
could
kill
use
you
the product for
quickly,
decades
it's slowly.
and be completely
Abystis couldn't kill you quickly, it killed you slowly. Lead paint killed you
It may
slowly.
be true there are no records of Auguste poisoning in Fontaine. But even if no one was acutely poisoned, willfully bringing a product to market despite explicit knowledge of its harmful effects is still a serious crime.
I know, right? The divine and noble. If the truth came out, the dark could free your product.
That explains why you were so intent on keeping Yelena and Kiria's involvement a secret all this time, despite readily confessing to all your financial crimes. The Fatui, delusions, Auguste. If the Marechaussee Phantom discovered the connection between the three, there would have been enough evidence to send you to the Fortress of Meripede for life.
Ha! If I'd known coming to Sumeru would put a target on my back, I would have been more than happy to stay there. At least that way, Lucian would still be alive. All these years without any sign of Kyria, and he pops up out of nowhere the minute my brother and I get out of prison? It couldn't be any clearer who the kid's after. Auguste was harmless before. The fact that it's killing people all of a sudden must be his doing as well.
So there's bad blood between you.
Duh.
What about Yelena's death? Was that a cover-up too? A way to destroy evidence?
I'll admit, we thought about it at one point.
Capitalism!
We took care to disguise the product circulating on the market, and no one was questioning Yelena's fake identity. But if the Marechaussee Phantom decided to look into the flower beds, it would have been the end. Yelena's ties to the Fatui, the role of the delusion, everything would have been exposed.
Oh no. But somebody would
Before
still
we
be
even
alive.
put our plan in motion, Yelena beat us to it. She burned all her flower beds and threw herself into the fire as well.
I mean, that's an extreme reaction, but
But if her goal was to destroy evidence, there would have been no reason to do that to herself.
I know, right?
Yeah, she could have just burned the flower beds and fled with her brother.
The thing with delusions also is the fact that they cause extreme emotion to people who aren't good with wielding them.
I thought about it for a long time, but it wasn't until just now that I finally understood her reasoning.
Also, it could have brought the Fatui back there.
Everything she did, it was for her brother, Kyria.
I mean, trying to get out of the Fatui.
One of the reasons they defected from the Fatui was the deterioration of Yelena's body due to her excessive use of a delusion. She didn't want her brother to follow in her footsteps after her death.
Because Fatui is kind of...
After arriving in Fontaine, Yelena continued using the delusion to cultivate the Auguste flower, weakening her body
dude from the
even further.
quest line.
There were times when she
Inazuma.
couldn't even walk.
So, she couldn't flee with her brother because she was afraid of holding him back.
If her true identity was exposed, she and her brother would face pressure from both Snezhnaya and Fontaine.
Yeah.
The Auguste flower and Yelena's own corroded body both bore the mark of a delusion. There would have been no way to avoid suspicion.
Fun.
So, in the end, she burnt it all to ash, including herself. With all the evidence erased, Kyria was free to take the Mora and run.
So the wealth you earned from Auguste, it wasn't destroyed in the fire. Yelena gave it to her brother?
Most likely. Before Yelena died, she said if anything happened to her, she was going to leave everything to her brother. We just didn't realize she meant our cut as well. That's why Lucian and I were searching for Kyria, to take back our Mora and the Auguste flower. We just didn't realize Kyria was baiting us the whole time. It was all a trap.
The trap!
But why is Kyria out for revenge anyway? Doesn't he know about Yelena's decision to sacrifice herself?
That's the
don't
reason
think
why.
he knew his sister was nearing death. Yelena always wore heavy makeup around him to conceal her deteriorating appearance. She kept herself busy with work to keep out of sight. That way her brother wouldn't notice how she could barely walk.
Then all we'll need to do is tell Kyria what really happened.
I mean, he is
and
a
then he'll
murderer
give
now.
up on his revenge.
Well,
I'm not so sure. Even if he knew the truth, he'd still find someone to blame. He might think Yelena was forced into using a delusion to cultivate a Auguste, or something like that.
Absolutely.
It's hard to pull yourself out of that kind of hatred, especially when you've been living in that headspace for so many years.
Kale knows about this.
Very true. Even if Yelena's death was her own choice, I wouldn't call myself innocent either.
Edgar, what are you talking about?
Think about it, Sylvain. If we hadn't been in such a hurry to capitalize on the perfume mania all those years ago, do you think Yelena would have elected to take those risks? If we hadn't been so blinded by greed, so insistent on increasing the scale of the flower cultivation, do you think Yelena's health would have deteriorated as fast as it did? If we hadn't invited the Marechaussee Phantom to our doorstep by breaking the law at every turn, Yelena could have survived.
Yeah.
She knew her limits. She knew her days were numbered. Maybe it was for her brother, but she was in it for the Mora just as much as us. We were just trying to earn a bit of Mora. And what, we deserve to die for that? Target me for being the mastermind, sure. But what about Lucian? He was just following my orders.
Because it will hurt you the most?
Lucian's crime. Was it really so extreme that he had to pay for it with his life?
The only person that can answer that question is a judge.
Yep.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway. Drag me back to Fontaine to stand trial. I don't care.
Well, this current crime happened here.
3 people from Fontaine, 1 from Snezhnaya, and a crime committed in Port Ormos. What a headache.
What's gonna happen?
Well, we can only wait until the Academia sends someone to deal with it. I'm guessing we'll have to contact Fontaine as well.
Oh, we wait. Cool.
In any case, we won't really know anything until tomorrow. With the exhibition, we don't even have space in Port Ormos to detain anyone. Such a headache.
The hotel could suffice. You could station a few officers to keep an eye on Sylvain and myself. Although with Sylvain's mental state and my physical one, I don't think you need to worry about a jailbreak.
Mr. Edgar, are you saying...
Also,
If
that was 20
Sylvain
years ago.
is to
Isn't
stand
there a...
trial, then I deserve the same fate. A crime is a crime, accomplice or not. I'd just like to take care of a few things before I go. Say goodbye to my plants and all that. As for Sylvain, I'm sure he also has some goodbyes of his own. Would you be willing to grant that request, Sheriff?
Well, all right. I'll talk to the Academia. No matter who you were in Fontaine or what crimes you committed, the man we grew to know in Sumeru proved himself to be a good person. Your request is granted.
Cool.
You have my thanks, Sheriff.
Doesn't that mean something could still happen tonight?
Tonight? Oh, you mean the possibility that Kyria might try to finish what he started?
Yeah.
Yeah. All we know is that he uses a goose to poison people, but we still have no idea how to catch him in the act.
Yeah.
If he targets Sylvain or Edgar again, we might not be able to stop him.
That may be true, but what if we can take advantage of his desperation?
Desperation.
If we take advantage of this situation and lure him in on purpose, we might finally have the chance to talk to him.
No.
Master, no. That's too dangerous.
Cat.
So, that's your plan. If Kyria learns we're being taken away tomorrow, his last chance to enact his revenge.
Revenge!
In other words, you want to use us as bait to capture him.
Oh, he did kill
Capture?
somebody.
Not necessarily. I just want to talk.
Also, he's Fatui.
What
Don't Fatui
are
have
you
the
afraid
ability
of
to
him?
turn invisible? The motherfucker who, like, says, you can't run away from debt and...
Afraid? This is my only chance to make him pay for what he did. I'm spending the rest of my life in prison anyway. I can't just sit back and let him ride off into the sunset with our fortune. There's no way I'm letting him get away with it. Not after what he did to Lucian.
Uh-huh.
As for the danger, everyone else just needs to make preparations in advance to protect us.
I'll admit, it could work. We just need to spread the word that Edgar and Sylvain are leaving tomorrow. Then I'll
Cool.
station some of my men around the hotel. If we have your assistance as well, our chance of success would be even higher.
I still have some reservations. But if you insist on carrying out this plan, I won't deny you my help.
We can help stand
I'll
guard.
also keep watch.
Although I think Sylvain and myself should remain alone in our respective rooms. If Kyria noticed another person in the room, he might decide to turn back. And besides, it's possible he's already transformed Auguste into a potent toxic gas.
You mean if he doesn't see a way to get his hands on the two of you, he might get so desperate that he'll just start using Auguste on everybody?
Yes.
If that were to happen, everyone's standing guard. Even the innocent citizens in Port Ormos would all be in danger.
That's why everyone else needs to keep to the shadows.
You're still recovering. You need to rest.
This old pack of bones doesn't bounce back like it used to. I suppose I'll just have to leave the rest to you.
Yep.
All right, we can figure out a plan to keep watch later. Right now, I say we split up. Start spreading that
Split up,
information
gang.
before it's too late.
With everyone's help, news about Auguste as well as pending departure begins to spread. Being busybodies.
Have you heard? Mr. Edgar's been detained. He's being taken away tomorrow.
Crowd and Spirited. Yes, it's Crowd. 2 people.
What? He's the one who helped craft all the fragrances for our shop.
He taught my child how to make perfume. How could this happen?
He hasn't been convicted yet. Let's just wait and see what the court has to say.
Oh, everyone on the street is talking about the rumors. No matter where Kyria is hiding, he must have heard them by now. Let's head back to the hotel and take a break. We can see how the other preparations are going while we're at it.
Yep. Around and around and around we go. Yeah, I could have teleported up there. Yes, I could have. Sounds like a mighty fine idea that I did not use. Mighty fine.
Emily, Sheriff Xian wants to talk to you and the Traveler about our plans for the Night Watch.
Thank you, Kale. But first, here. I prepared a kind of herbal tea that helps calm the spirit. Why don't you have some?
Oh, that's very kind of you, but I'm okay.
Oh, it's not good to be so tense, especially when we've got a long night ahead of us. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I couldn't help but notice that something seems to be on your mind.
Are you? Are we going to bring up the comic stuff about Kale?
Was it that obvious?
You seem very preoccupied with Kyria's revenge. If there's anything you want to talk about, I'm happy to listen.
Oh,
Hey, Emily, Kale. Oh, are we interrupting something?
Yes.
No, not at all. This will be easier to talk through with you here anyway.
Why, though?
I've just been thinking. If Kyria has the capacity to commit murder while remaining completely undetected, why didn't he target Sylvain along with Lucien last night? There was just a single door separating them. If his intention was to target both brothers, then there was barely anything standing in his way. Don't you think? When I accompanied Sylvain to his room after Lucien died, and saw how distraught he was, I suddenly realized.
Oh?
Maybe Kyria did that on purpose. Maybe he wanted Sylvain to experience the pain
Oh,
of losing a loved one
I
before
was saying,
he completed his
keeping up with
ultimate
me?
revenge.
So did he attack Edgar as a warning then? To scare Sylvain and Lucien?
Based on what we've heard about Kyria, that may very well be the case.
Losing his sister all those years ago. What has been going through his head? What has he been forced to endure? Whenever I get to thinking like that, I just can't help but wonder.
If I were in his place, would I be able to let go of that hatred?
Well, you had people around you to help.
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't think like that. Not after everything he's done. But I just can't help it.
There's nothing wrong with the way you're feeling. Empathy is a part of human nature.
Except when it isn't.
In all my years of cleaning up crime scenes, I've witnessed countless families mourn their loved ones. Their cries of devastation and anger still echo through my mind, even now. Some of them even try to stop me, begging me not to erase the last remnants of their loved ones. But getting swept up in those emotions will corrupt your judgment. Surround yourself with fragrance for too long, and your sense of smell will become dull. Allow yourself to be consumed by your emotions, and you lose the ability to think rationally. So while you hold on to that sense of empathy, you also need to ask yourself, do Sylvain and Lucien really deserve to die? How much did they truly know about the Fatui and the delusion? Did they force Yelena to make those decisions? Answering those questions requires a lot of time and evidence, while a single act of vengeance can put those answers forever out of our reach. I've witnessed a lot of deaths in Fontaine. When someone dies, a certain amount of information can be inferred from the traces left behind at the scene. But generally speaking, death will just leave most questions unanswered, and the whole picture ever incomplete.
Once you're consumed by hatred, it will become next to impossible to think about things that way. For someone like Kyria, I'm sure right and wrong lost all meaning a long time ago.
Yep.
You're right. The fact that we can approach these questions from this perspective isn't because we're more rational than them. It's because we're fortunate enough not to have suffered that kind of loss. But that also makes us perfectly positioned to stand on the outside and try to pull them back from the brink before it's too late.
I think it's a bit too late
I
because
understand Kyria's decision, but I still want to stop him. Master, Sylvain, and Kyria. They all deserve to survive.
Her glasses don't have lenses in them.
The fortunate and the unfortunate.
Sorry, that was randomness.
Emily, Traveler. Huh? Edgar, you're here too?
Oh, it's you two! Didn't you head back to your room to rest, Edgar? Is it really
He's saying
okay
goodbye
for
to
you
his
be out
flowers.
like this?
A little exercise never hurt anyone.
Unless you're sick.
Besides, I don't have much time left in Sumeru. So I'd like to take care of my plants while I still can.
We could do that for you, Master.
No need. I've grown attached to these flowers, and this is my last chance to say goodbye. Come tomorrow. I'll be happy to entrust their care to you. I would imagine Sheriff Sham is here for a more important reason.
The Night Watch! You mentioned earlier that we still need to confirm our plans.
Yes, let's talk about it out in the open.
That's right. I've stationed some of my men around the surrounding area, but we still don't have anyone standing guard next to Sylvain's room.
You mean Lucien's
Exactly.
room?
After some discussion, we concluded that Sylvain has the highest risk of being attacked next. You're the most skilled fighter here, Traveler.
No, I'm not.
And Emily's expertise is sure to come in handy in a pinch. That's why I want you two stationed next to Sylvain's room. So, are you up for it?
Fine with me. What about you,
Sounds
Emily?
perfectly reasonable. I'll be glad to have your help tonight, Traveler.
And once this goes down, do you want to have another night together?
My men and I will be stationed nearby to monitor the situation. A warning will be issued if any unusual activity is detected.
I'll head into the mountains to keep an eye on everyone coming in and out of the area. Just leave the wilderness surveillance to the forest rangers.
Of course. Is there anybody else out here? Edgar go back inside? Yep. Okay. Edgar went back inside.
Shouldn't you be standing guard in the room next door? I would hate for Kyria to notice you here, an abandoned ship.
To be fair, inside here, you can't really see unless you talk about shapes. Lucian's room for quite a long time.
Huh. Not a peep. Has Kyria given up on his revenge?
Talk louder, Paimon!
Guess we'll have to keep at it.
Night deepens as the time passes.
Still nothing unusual. Paimon took a peek into the room next door and Sylvain's already sleeping.
Sam has an issue to worry.
Perhaps Kyria's true motive was simply forcing Sylvain to confess his crimes.
Have we checked to see if sleeping is still breathing?
That can't be right. If all he wanted was for Sylvain to be convicted for his true crimes, he could have tipped off the Marechaussee Phantom years ago.
There's no reason to stop there.
There must be something we're missing. Something extremely important.
Okay.
Maybe we just need to calm down a little. How about some tea? That herbal blend from earlier was pretty tasty.
There's nothing here that we can use to make tea.
Right. Maybe we can look for a different distraction then, like looking at the flowers. Oh, there's a glaze lily here. Paimon didn't notice it earlier.
Because they only bloom at night.
Flowers, glaze lilies, incense. Oh no! Sylvain's room! Quick!
Wait, what?
Rushes over. A strange floral fragrance saturates the room. Are you fully unconscious?
Hey, did you hear? Someone was attacked again last night.
It was the older of the merchant brothers, right?
Yeah, I think his name was Sylvain. Poor guy was murdered in cold blood.
First it was Mr. Edgar, then that merchant named Lucian, and now this.
Listen up, everyone. This is an active crime scene. Please, no loitering.
It's been 3 days and they haven't even caught a glimpse of the guy. What is going on?
Do you think it could be the work of an evil spirit?
Yes.
I mean, how do you get away with something like that with so many people watching?
Keep it moving, everyone. No loitering.
I suppose I'm next.
You don't know that. Kyria already attacked you once, and you survived. Perhaps he doesn't consider your crime to be worthy of death.
You were the only reason I managed to survive, Emily. I never did thank you for that, did I?
Even if I wasn't there, Tainari was also in the vicinity. He would have been able to help.
Is that so? I suppose I'm a very fortunate person then. I have exceptional students, caring friends, and the respect of my peers. If it is indeed my time to go, then I'll die without regrets.
Oh, God.
But Kyria has nothing. Yelena is gone. Now, his enemies are too. It really makes you wonder if there's even a reason to keep on living.
Oh, don't talk like that.
If you really want an answer, I suppose you'll have to ask Kyria himself, once we finally catch him.
Well, I hope it all goes well. Emily, there's something else I'd like to ask of you. With everything that's happened,
yes,
holding the exhibition is off the table now. But so many flowers were transported here for the show, some of them thousands of miles away from their homeland. I can't let them wither away with no one to care for them. Whether Kyria gets to me first, or I'm sent back to Fontaine to stand trial, I won't be around to look after them.
We'll send them back.
I know it's a lot to ask, but could I entrust them to your care?
Oh, sweetie.
Of course, Master.
Really? Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Now I truly have nothing to worry about.
Sheriff Sham still has some questions for me, so I've gotta go.
Go ahead. Best not to keep him waiting. He can be quite impatient.
I'm sorry, Master.
Meanwhile, in Savant's room.
Another all-nighter. Paimon sure hopes Emily's plan will go well.
Kale.
Emily still isn't back. I hope she didn't run into any trouble.
She's extremely meticulous.
Yeah, that's true.
Traveler, I had my men start spreading the information you requested. The crowd is gone now too, but I have to admit, I'm not really sure what's going on. After listening to Emily's plan, I started getting the materials together and arranging personnel. I barely had a second to spare last night.
The older brother isn't dead, is he?
Honest, I'm still not sure how the crime was committed that night.
It's pretty simple, actually.
Clue was right in front of us the entire time.
I feel like you've been waiting to say that for a while.
Let's go. We'll show you where the culprit hid a goose.
Because once you're in an area, flowers different nations, the fragrance is incredibly strong. The gaze lily sways gently, its petals close. There's a ring of moisture around the rim of the petals that feels sticky to the touch.
The glazed lily, huh? I think I've heard of it before. It's a flower from Liyue, right?
Yep.
Well, did you know it only blooms at night?
Except when I need to pick them. They grow whenever they need to.
Emily, you're back.
How did it go?
Exactly as expected.
A flower that only blooms at night. Ah, like the Neelitpala lotus.
Except I collect it when it's not.
Exactly. Although the Neelitpala lotus wouldn't be a good substitute in this scenario. When it's closed, the gaps between the petals are too large. That's why Kiria chose the glaze lily as his mechanism. He would start by preparing an Agoose sample.
Oh, we're at say. Soak the area around the petals.
There's a sticky substance on the edge of the flower petals. It's one I recognize.
Sealed it inside the petals.
If you stick the petals together with slime condensate, then in the daytime, the glazed lily would act almost like a hidden container.
That's right! He applied a diluted form of slime condensate to the petals to stick them together and enclosed a sample of Agoose in the center. That way, the Agoose would remain trapped inside during the daytime, unable to seep between the petals and evaporate into the air. This also allowed the culprit to plant the poison well in advance while his targets remained oblivious.
Yeah.
However, the diluted slime condensate wouldn't be viscous enough to prevent the petals of the glaze lily from opening at night. So by nightfall, the flower would bloom, thereby forcing the target to inhale the Agoose trapped inside.
I bet the goddess of dust would be very unhappy with the fact that
And Kiria
her
could
flowers
execute
usually go
his
back.
revenge without having to step foot inside the room during the night.
By the next morning, the sample of Agoose would have nearly fully evaporated. The glaze lily would have already closed its petals, and any lingering odor would be concealed by the fragrance of the other flowers in the room.
And his mission would be
Wait
accomplished.
a second. You're telling me this version of a goose is so toxic, inhaling the minute amount trapped inside a flower is enough to kill a grown man? And how did Edgar even survive ingesting a whole bottle of the stuff?
That's because Agoose is just as dangerous now as it was all those years ago. The level of toxicity has never changed. Only a small subset of people are truly at risk.
Those that have elemental problems.
You mean people who are sensitive to elemental energy? So it's just some sort of happy coincidence that Sylvain and Lucien are allergic to the stuff? That can't be right. They were involved in the operation all those years ago. If the stuff gave them a bad reaction, they would have known from the very start.
Well, also they're from Fontaine, which they turned recently from, whatchamacallits, Oceans into real humans.
I wouldn't use the word allergic necessarily. It's more like they're susceptible to its effects. But that distinction isn't important right now. You can think of it this way. It's not that Sylvain and Lucien are innately sensitive to elemental energy, but that Kyria found a way to ensure that they would be.
The incense in the room.
The incense I smelled earlier seemed familiar. Thinking back on it, I'm almost certain it was the scent of Spirit Borneal. In Sumeru, scholars use Spirit Borneal to aid meditation and stimulate their connection to the Dendro Archon.
Alchemically produced essential oils, the primordial seawater that caused unrest in Fontaine not too long ago. All of those are substances that can heighten your sensitivity to elemental energy.
In Kyria showed Spirit Boreal.
That stuff gave us a lot of trouble when we first came to Sumeru.
We just me!
Ah, yes. I definitely remember that.
In Sumeru, it's not uncommon to use incense indoors, so its presence wouldn't arouse suspicion. The flowers in the room could also serve to mask the scent.
Yeah.
Flowers were pretty important to this plan, huh? The glazed lily is native to Liyue. It would be completely unnatural to have one here in Sumeru if it weren't for the exhibition. What a coincidence.
Actually, it's not a coincidence at all.
It was all a meticulously designed
No
trap.
wonder he was willing to pay a small fortune to rent out the hotel.
He probably used the mora Yelena left him, don't you think? That money was supposed to set him free.
But instead trapped
But
him.
in the end, it was just a tool for his revenge.
There's a saying among forensic doctors in Fontaine. Every step you take leaves a mark.
What if you don't take
But up
steps?
until this point, we haven't been able to detect any trace of Kyria's activities. That's not because he was coming and going undetected, or because he's some kind of evil spirit, but because he's been disguised as someone else this entire time.
Edgar?
Creating such an intricate mechanism out of a glaze lily, setting up the Spirit Borneal in advance, and arranging for Sylvain and Lucien to stay at the hotel, it all points to one person. The expert in charge of the entire exhibition. Kyria and Edgar are one and the same.
But Kyria was only in his teens back then. He wouldn't even be 40 years old by now.
Delusions cause you to age rapidly.
He's lived here for so many years. Even if he changed his appearance, going that long without giving anything away, it would be impossible.
Bad news, Sheriff. Mr. Edgar was attacked.
What?
A dark shadow-like figure just ran out of his room. It was giving off a really ominous aura. But before we could even react, the figure up and disappeared like some sort of ghost or something. By the time we got a look inside the room, Mr. Edgar was gone. Do you think Kyria kidnapped him?
I need you to think very carefully about this. Are you certain that figure wasn't Edgar himself?
I mean, Mr. Edgar was so frail. I don't see how he could have moved that fast.
It would seem Master decided to tap into an ill-advised source of power.
Delusion?
What? But that's so dangerous with the condition he's in. It's...
unaliving.
Why? Why would he do that? He's already accomplished his revenge.
No. If his aim was to target everyone who had a hand in Yelena's death...
If he left Sylvain alive yesterday, not out of a desire to see him suffer, but to confirm the truth about why Yelena chose to die...
Then there's still one target left.
The real Edgar?
The shadow-like figure ran in the direction of the elevator, and my partner immediately chased after them.
Sylvan.
We should hurry
Being alive.
before they're forced to confront each other.
Print.
Let's ask the merchants nearby.
Ghost! It's a ghost!
It's all right. Please, calm down and take a deep breath. Can you tell us what you saw?
Carmen Sandiego.
I saw a black shadow. It ran right past me.
You know, you'd think that with a intelligent, supposedly,
How could something like that happen in broad daylight?
the Sumeru intelligence believing ghosts.
Keep up. This is terrifying.
No, don't come any closer!
Yeah, okay.
If we go any further, we'll be out of Port Ormos. There'll be hardly any witnesses.
That's the
It's
point.
all right. I can detect a faint whiff of the scent from here. I would say he passed by this location not too long ago. It's this way. Please, follow me.
Are you about to go into an instance? Oh, attack me. I need more meat.
Can't.
I need more meat in my diet. Is that it?
Nowhere to run. And Shroud. Can't.
Yoo-hoo!
You know, I did not notice that there. I'm going to leave a mark. And then come back over. There's probably an easier way to get up here, but you know me. Oh, a chest.
The scent is getting stronger. This must be the place.
Proceeds to get distracted. Chesty, chesty, chesty.
Faithful offering. Time to go.
Oh. Okay. Can't have my friends. There we go.
Oh! O's!
Ooze?
Are you alright? Were you attacked?
No, he's just there.
No, I'm all right. I was just chasing after that figure, and then all of a sudden, I didn't feel so hot.
Let me take a look.
The air definitely feels heavy. It smells nice, but for some reason, it's hard to breathe. This feeling, I've encountered it before.
Everything looks all right. It was probably just the stress of the chase, combined with the impact of the environment. A bit of rest would do you some good.
I can't rest. Mr. Edgar is still in there. He taught my sister how to make perfume. He's a good man. I can't just abandon him to die by Curia's hand.
O's, you need to calm down and listen to me. Edgar is the one we're after. He and Curia are the same person.
But how is that possible? I thought you said Curia was in his 30s. Mr. Edgar is 70-something. Changing your appearance to look decades older, that doesn't seem possible.
That's precisely why he had to resort to extraordinary measures to age himself.
A delusion.
Kiria used a delusion to bring back the Auguste flower, corroding his body in the process, just like his older sister.
No. He couldn't have. Mr. Edgar has been in Port Ormos for years. If someone started impersonating him all of a sudden, we would have noticed.
And what if the impersonation started before he ever set foot in Sumeru?
I've
He
yet
would have
to
known how to-
confirm it, but I suspect Kiria killed the real Edgar in Fontaine not long after his release from prison.
I thought he wasn't put in
While
prison.
Edgar was incarcerated, Kiria started making preparations to replace him, including forcefully aging his body, studying perfumery, and planning the real Edgar's demise. The new Edgar then decided to relocate to Sumeru, seemingly out of an innocuous desire to let go of the past. He even left perfume making in favor of mentoring students. But these decisions were all for a specific purpose: the need to distance himself from anyone who might see through the facade. And Sumeru fit the bill to a T, with no one around to question his identity. All he had to do was grow a beard, don a pair of glasses, make a few minor alterations to his appearance, and everyone would believe he was exactly who he claimed: Edgar, a perfumer from Fontaine. As the years went by, he removed his disguise little by little and continued to refine his skills. It would have been a gradual process, one that ensured no one around him would notice anything unusual.
That explains why Sylvain said he barely recognized Edgar back at the hotel. He aged himself decades beyond his years just so he could accomplish his revenge. Is that even worth it?
Apparently.
I need to find Mr. Edgar. He's not that kind of person. He can't be.
What you really need is to get out of here and rest.
No, I can keep going.
Wait! This environment is likely being influenced by the delusion. Any discomfort, no matter how slight, should not be treated lightly. I know how to relieve your symptoms, Mr. Ooze. Please come with me and rest. I'm sure Kiria... No, Edgar wouldn't want any more innocent people implicated in all this.
Yep.
Kale's right. The Traveler and I will take things from here. From our brief exposure to a goose, it would seem the substance has little effect on us. This leads me to believe those blessed with a vision or capable of wielding elemental power are more resistant to the effects of abnormal elemental energy. In other words, this environment doesn't pose as much of a risk to us.
Cool.
Actually, now that I think about it, this stronghold likely has multiple points of entry. If the target were to escape from a different point of entry, that might allow him to evade capture. I hate to trouble you, but we need people to survey the perimeter.
Thanks. Hear that? We're heading out. There's work to be done. Ooze, head back to Port Ormos and start gathering reinforcements.
Got it.
Traveler, Emily, Paimon, please be careful.
Paimon does
For
shit.
someone whose only purpose in life is revenge, there's no telling what they'll do when there's no reason to move forward.
Don't worry. This isn't the end. Not for us or for Kiria. We're not going to let a goose kill anyone else. It's time for the mythos to fade into obscurity.
Yeah, Beverly! For right now!
Yeah. Monsters? Perhaps they were attracted here by the increased level of elemental energy. I've never seen these seeds before. They must also have been created with the power of a delusion. It seems to be avoiding us, and there's no other way forward. Perhaps we could try luring it to the edge of the cliff.
The seed has a mind of its own. It's just so hot. I mean, stop. Telling myself to stop. Ah!
Whoa, look at all the Auguste flowers!
How do you know what they look like?
There are so many of them. Can't believe a single person did all this. Must have taken a lot of time.
I fear that statement is truer than you know, Paimon. Using a delusion comes at a cost. Not just time, but the time you have left to live.
But why would Kiria need this many Auguste flowers?
The
He only needed a few bottles of Auguste to carry out his plan, right?
Perhaps hatred wasn't the only emotion fueling his obsession with Auguste.
What do you mean?
Not long ago, he told me he didn't want all the flowers transported to Sumeru to wither away in a foreign land. But Kiria betrayed Snezhnaya, abandoned Fontaine, and lived his entire life in Sumeru under the guise of someone else. For someone with nowhere to call home, perhaps dying among a bed of Auguste flowers just like his sister is the best homecoming he could ask for.
Step. Anything up here real quick? More fun.
Neutralize! A little ambiance!
One with the fork.
Shower me with
Extract!
Can't see?
Doing this again. Okay.
A plant that destroys seeds. Huh. Quite the ecological marvel. Let's head back to the place where the seeds first appeared.
So we have to be careful. Fucking hell. Keep it around longer.
The scent of flowers is getting stronger. We're almost at the end. The scent of flowers is getting stronger. We're almost at the end.
Did they catch up that fast? No, my strength is just waning. But it doesn't matter. This is far enough.
This is a garden of Auguste flowers. But it's not mine. It's the one that was set on fire all those years ago in Fontaine.
memories.
Yelena? Yelena!
She's very unhappy with you.
You tried to hide it from me, but I always understood. The reason why you continued to use the delusion, the reason why you set your garden on fire, it was all because of me. I shouldn't have listened to you that day. I shouldn't have taken the Mora and ran. But by the time I realized something wasn't right, there was nothing left. The flowers were gone. And so were you. I know I'm almost 20 years too late. I should have come looking for you earlier. I should have died with you that day.
She's angry with you.
Yelena? Yelena! No! Don't leave me! Please! Yelena!
Emily? I'm alive. No, that's not possible. I saw her. Yelena, we were together.
That was an illusion, likely brought about by the residual toxin in your body coupled with the pollen in the air, neither of which are fatal.
No, the amount of August I drank, it should have been enough.
That was a fake.
Fake? But how?
We started making the preparations last night with one goal in mind: to create a perfect accord.
Accord.
The accord is the basis of
perfume making, the product in its most primitive form. Ambergris mixed with cedarwood, rounded out with a base note of agarwood.
This is the scent of leather?
Exactly. We're unable to extract essential oils from leather, but by combining other raw materials, we can recreate its essence. That is the purpose of an accord.
Does that mean you can recreate any scent in the whole world?
I'm afraid not. Certain fragrances in this world are simply one of a kind. That quality is what draws people in and fuels their obsessions.
If I wear a goose to the ball, I'll also be one of a kind.
Our competitor already got their hands on it.
It doesn't matter how much it costs. I have to buy something better.
This fragrance will be one of a kind, no more. Myths can be deconstructed, miracles can be recreated. All it takes is skill, experience, limitless exploration, and a little patience.
God, this is loud.
The only thing left is determining where the real Auguste is hidden. Pretending to be attacked means he's not free to move around. Auguste must be hidden within reach.
Paimon took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers.
The curator commissioned a flower pot from Kasharawar, capable of retaining heat and moisture.
Perfumes are as beautiful as flowers, and equally as delicate. When stored, you must take care to control the temperature and keep them away from direct sunlight. Did you get all that, Emily?
I got it.
Did you hear? Someone was attacked again last night.
So, Sylvain is dead. Is that right?
No, he's fine. Unconscious.
Master.
So, you switched the bottles of Auguste, and then lied to me about Sylvain's death.
Convincing you that your revenge had been completed was the easiest way to get you to let down your guard.
Impossible. Even if you found a way to switch out the bottles, there's no way you could have made an accord. If Auguste was so easy to replicate, Yelena wouldn't have.
It was a combination of rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias. Those ingredients would have conflicted with each other if you tried to combine them in the past. But recently, we found a way for them to work together.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias.
Auguste was created over 10 years ago. All this time, people never stopped analyzing it, never stopped trying to recreate it. Perfumery techniques are advancing day by day. We've found better ways to extract essential oils, separate oils and fats. We even discovered new ways to combine fragrances together. The mythos surrounding Auguste may have been untouchable almost 20 years ago, but now it's time for it to become a thing of the past.
The past?
You've been working as a perfumer for all these years. You should have always known that it is possible to make an accord, even if only in theory. But the meaning you assigned to Auguste became so inflated, you allowed yourself to get lost in it, just like the perfume mania that captivated the public all those years ago. You believed in its divinity and grandeur. You believed it was entirely one of a kind.
And in the process, you
Your
forgot.
obsession with Auguste is also what allowed us to predict how you intended your plan to end, and to make preparations in advance.
Hey, Rose! Yep, you're rebuilding it.
We just didn't expect it to happen so fast.
Or that you would activate the delusion.
Well, you hit the nail on the head now, didn't
Rose
you?
is awesome!
So, Sylvain isn't dead. Since you've been preparing your accord since last night, I assume you've also figured out my method, then.
No, Rose is cooler.
That means the news of Sylvain's death. The crowd gathered outside the hotel this morning. It was all an act you put on with the sheriff?
Yes. If we hadn't, you might have resorted to the delusion out of desperation, or continued to use your Spirit Borneal and Auguste combination to wreak havoc.
Rose is infinity times cooler.
Who knows? Maybe I would have just offed myself then and there.
I know if you had things your way, you would carry the truth of Edgar's demise and the secrets of this garden to the grave, but I'm sorry, Master. I don't want to see any more death.
Nah,
Sylvain
Rose is
only
infinity
inhaled
times
a small
better
amount of
and
poison.
cooler.
He's being detained as we speak. All the crimes he concealed back then will be exposed in a court of law for everyone to see, and all his secrets will be revealed. The same goes for you as well.
Kamiyoshi.
Is that so? Well, I suppose I'll be spending the rest of my days in a prison cell then.
But Rose is cooler.
Whoa, he accepted that kind of fast.
I don't feel the need to justify my actions, nor do I intend to repent for them.
I'm definitely not the #1 YouTuber in existence.
I
I am
did
a YouTuber,
what
a
I set
VTuber,
out
excuse
to
me.
do. I may have lost in the end, but it was my choice every step of the way. And if I could do it all over again... But there's no going back, is there?
No, I'm not.
Careful, everyone. This environment is dangerous. I'll lead the way.
Stick close and hurry up. We can't let Edgar die.
Looks like I'm almost out of time. Although, I do have one final question, Emily.
Of course, Master.
The combination you used to make your accord.
I appreciate.
How did you figure it out?
But you're still cooler.
The scent of Auguste is complex and varied, yet the main ingredient consists of a single variety of flower. So, as I was analyzing the sample yesterday, I got to thinking, What if the scent of the Auguste flower was already imbued with that complexity during its cultivation?
You're saying Yelena designed Auguste to have the scent of multiple flowers?
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, Cecilias. The perfumers of the past knew that if you combined their essential oils directly, they would just cancel each other out. It was a conundrum they could never
I'm
solve.
sorry to hear about that, Rose.
But if
I
you
can understand
cultivate
that.
a new flower species that intrinsically
I've
carries
had one of those
the unique
too.
features of those three scents, you can bypass that issue entirely. It goes without saying that for that time, this idea was a stroke of genius.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias. Those really do seem like flowers you would choose, Yelena.
No longer after that, the Emirites rush over. Kyo accepts his fate without saying a word. Leave the secret garden. This terminal cause comes in and a few weeks later you receive... Oh, good that you teleported me here. Too bad we didn't, you know, see the exhibition at all.
Did you know? Miss Emily's releasing a new perfume! Right, I heard about that. I think it's called Yelena.
Seems like everyone in Fontaine is talking about the new perfume you're releasing.
I was hoping to release it without such a fuss, but the news spread way faster than I expected.
No.
I just hope it won't become the source of some new myth, especially after all the work we did to demystify Auguste.
I appreciate that, hun. And I'm technically in the game because I have my VTuber avatar over it. Sarcasm there. But no, I've been kind of putting this off because of the stress of stuff that's happening in my home right now. Of getting my room set up to be a recording studio so that I can do recordings for stuff like this. Did you use the accord from back in Sumeru?
Although I made a few modifications to the formula to make the scent more pleasant and long-lasting. I actually brought a few samples with me today. I hope they're to your liking.
Voice acting? Crossover? Yeah, never happening. Well, this is technically recording.
Also, I was hoping you could try out the fragrance before I officially release it and tell me your thoughts.
Technically, this is recording since I put it on YouTube.
Of course! A good sense of taste and sense of smell go hand in hand, you know? Just leave it to Paimon!
I need, well, one of the reasons, that I have a good, filter on right now is because I usually, especially in the summertime, have to have a, air conditioning on, which is... It's really loud. So what I need to do is set up a softer area so that it's easier for, sound engineers to do their job, because I don't know anything about it. So, you know, I mean, I guess.
It smells great!
But I just haven't really had the energy to do much. The reason why I haven't been streaming as long either is because of the whole situation happening right now. I'm not sure that's the kind of feedback she has in mind.
It's alright. All feedback is worth considering. Besides, when it comes to perfume, commenting on whether it smells good is the most straightforward assessment you can ask for. There doesn't always have to be a deeper meaning.
Speaking of deeper meanings, Kira's final question.
Do those flowers have some special meaning? Hearing their names seemed to have an effect on him.
Maybe it's stubbs that they're...
If I had to guess, I'd say it probably has something to do with the language of flowers.
The language of flowers? Oh, we've heard of that before. Paimon remembers hearing something like, The Cecilia represents the true feelings of the prodigal son?
You mean the orange brownish color? Umber is a pretty color.
What each flower is said to represent varies by person and across different moments in history. The same is true for the flowers that make up the scent of a goose. After returning to Fontaine, I did some research, and it turns out the meanings of those 3 flowers can be reassembled to form a single phrase.
Rose is in our Discord. I shouldn't show that. Though their name is different. I won't say it aloud. Or Rose will.
Forget the past and keep on living. Perhaps that's the legacy Yelena always intended, not the nobility and grandeur most people associate with a goose.
Or maybe that's what she hoped for her brother.
You think Kiria knew about that?
I paid him a visit before his trial and explained what I found, but he didn't seem to care. Who knows? Maybe she didn't mean anything by it at all. That was his response. Yelena is gone. We'll never know what she was thinking. We can look for meaning all we want, but it'll never
This courtroom
be
is
anything but
empty.
conjecture. Even if that is what she was trying to say, I would never be able to forget her. Avenging her death? That was the meaning I chose for my life.
We
Kiria
also killed
cultivated
people
his revenge
outside
like
of
a flower.
Fontaine, and
He
he's
was
being
committed
tried
to
and
making it bloom, even if in the end it didn't bear the fruit he was hoping for. In any
Kira.
case, he did want me to pass along his thanks. Thank you for saving my life, for giving me the chance to learn that a goose could have carried a very different meaning. Love and hatred are a privilege of the living.
Not wrong on
When
that.
someone dies, their thoughts, feelings, and intentions die with them. In that sense, what a goose truly represents in the language of flowers will forever remain a mystery. But even if it's only a conjecture, I would like to believe my own interpretation.
I didn't want to say anything about their name because they mentioned about problems in the past,
The
so...
meaning we give to flowers, the symbolism we assign to our perfumes, they're constantly twisted and exploited in our imperfect world. And yet, at the very outset, they're born from the simplest and most beautiful desires we hold in our heart.
By the way, any new things to buy for menu stuff? Nope, no new recipes. Recipes! I think it's pretty. Look, there's rarely any color that I flatly think is ugly. I might not like it as much as others. Eggshell? It's a interesting... Well, there's different types of white eggshell colors. Mainly because there's different types of chicken eggs. But I'm not just saying that because I get PTSD when I look at a... I'm joking about that. From my sister's chickens and picking their eggs.
Forget about me. This is about
I have no clue what that is. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. Yawn. All this stress is causing me to sleep a lot more. What color it is? Oh.
art.
Oh. Let me look that up while I'm about to do, though. That's a brown. That's a brown. That's a brown! Unless we're talking about a burnt orange, but that's what brown is. Ah. So confusion reigns supreme. Who to annoy by raiding? I have somebody. Google is definitely dumb at times. A lot. Alright, y'all. This was Ishnai Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment. And do you have a friend you want to raid? That definitely was a plan. It is a plan. Thought that it should be anything more than that. Hopefully they aren't leaving. Okay, yeah. Alright. I have a friend, but they are a bit... Well, who's your... Alright. I wasn't sure if you meant a bit, like, crazy or anything.